I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the October 14th, 2013 Board of Commissioners meeting. Before we get to public participation, I'd just like to announce a few minor changes to the agenda. You may have noticed that on the updated agenda, we have removed the discussion of the must ordinance that Biomed put forth. That is because the Planning Commission has not finished their analysis of this yet, so our discussion would be premature. On the Public Works section, we're going to switch items B and C, so that it will go A, C, then B. And then finally, I'm going to remove the item under Personnel and Administration, item J, pertaining to the Township Manager's contract, and we will take that up at our next meeting. With that, I would like to invite public participation for those of you who can't stay through the meeting. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mark Eney, and I'm the owner of the 801 East Lancaster Avenue, where Royal Bank currently resides. I have a handout, if I can give that to you at this moment.
Okay. You can just give them to me and I'll pass them.
So I'm here tonight. I wanted to review a zoning concern that I have on the back parcel. So 801 East Lancaster Avenue is where Royal Bank is, and then there's a parcel of ground that sits behind the building there. It's a vacant parcel that, per the current zoning map, is residential zoning. Just to give you a brief background, about 5 years ago or so, I had looked to developing that back parcel. And at that point in time, the zoning map indicated a commercial zoning. And so I was looking to develop it within the commercial zoning rights. And I had meetings with various attorneys, well-known, regarded attorney in this area. Had a conversation with the township at that point in time, conversation with an engineer, just to confirm the commercial zoning that was in place at that point in time. And so I started to move forward with getting some site plans drawn up to develop it. For various reasons, that project was put on the back burner. And so I came into 2013 ready to sort of bring that project back to the front burner. And that is when I discovered a different zoning according to the current zoning map. So I just, real quick, I don't know if I could show an overhead of this.
Mr. Eney, I don't want to interrupt your presentation here, but this seems to be quite a substantive matter and an important matter, and I'm not sure that you're going to get satisfaction from the public comment part of this. I appreciate that you've alerted us to this issue, and I would suggest that we take some time, we look at your materials that you provided with us, and that we set up a meeting with you and with staff, so that we can get to the bottom of what this potential issue.
Okay, I had conversations with the staff, email communications over the last several months, going back to April, May timeframe, and I had hoped to be included on the agenda, but it was indicated at that point in time to present this during a public comment portion
see.
of the meeting, so that's why I'm here at this point in time, but I'd be more than happy to,
Could I just
that was the only reason why.
comment on
Sure.
this? Kevin Kachansky is much more familiar with this, but I looked at this and spoke to Mr. Eney some time ago. I know Kevin's spoken to you a lot about what he believes is that the parcel and I don't have what he presented tonight. We weren't aware that he was coming tonight, but 5 years ago, he believes that parcel was zoned commercial, or the back part of it was zoned commercial. We've looked at all the records. I think Mr. Eney's been in and looked at all the records. We looked at all the zoning maps, and that parcel hasn't been rezoned, I think Kevin concluded, since the 60s or 70s. It's always been what it is today. So I know he's consulted with other council. I know he's had an engineer involved, but we have no evidence that that parcel has ever been a commercial zoning parcel. What was suggested to him is that he put something in writing or do something formal that the zoning officer can make a decision on, and then if he believes that that's incorrect, he can appeal that to the zoning hearing board. But there's been a lot of staff time put into trying to investigate with Mr. Eney, and I think he sincerely believes that's the case. But we even went back and talked to Matt Bauman about what the zoning was in that area, and Matt confirmed that it's never been commercial zoning. So staff has done what they can do up to this point. We disagree. I think Kevin will tell you he disagrees. Matt Bauman will tell you he disagrees. It's never been, or at least in all of our near lifetimes, it's never been zoned commercial. There is a split zone lot there, and that may have caused some confusion when it was looked at 5 years ago, but there's nothing in township records or any determination made by the township that says that that's commercial. So,
Okay, so it sounds like the most appropriate venue would be for you to get your determination letter from Mr. Kachansky, and if it doesn't go in your favor, then to go to zoning hearing board and try and get clarification and make your case to zoning hearing board.
Okay,
I mean, the other option, Mr. Eney, is to file a rezoning petition to this board, something more formal, where you can come and do what you started to do tonight, but something more formal, so it's in front of the board formally, and put in your petition whatever you believe the grounds are
Right.
for that to change, because right now, all the township records show that as residential.
Well, I mean, you know, I have a zoning map, which I wanted to project for all to see. Radnor zoning map, produced by Radnor Township, 2006. This was not updated until 2010. This clearly has the property in a C1 commercial zoning. So this is what...
Where did that come from, that map? Where'd you
This
get
came from the township's website. That
off
was
the
in
township's
place.
website?
Right.
Well, we have official zoning maps here that I know Kevin has looked at, that you sent us a screenshot of a zoning map at one point. And it
That's
was,
what I had taken from this, but this is the actual township zoning map that, you know, again, it indicates a C1 zoning, so that's, you know, it came to my surprise in 2013 that it had changed, and I didn't get any notification of any change. But I did a lot of due diligence around the C1 zoning several years ago, and that...
but there was nothing in here to the township 5 years ago asking the township, what is this zoned? I know you spoke to...
I had a conversation with people over the phone. I mean, I thought it was pretty clear based on the map what it was. I mean,
But I think you need to do something formal in writing in order to either get it in front of this board for a rezoning or seek some kind of relief in front of the zoning hearing board. I mean, that would be the way to do it. I think you and I spoke. I suggest that you hire somebody to help you with that. And if you want to pursue that,
Right.
that's because we've gone as far as we can internally. I know that there was a lot of time and effort trying to verify what you thought was the zoning, but we could not do that.
Well, I guess what I'm looking for from the board, I mean, you know, I understand going through the formal approach, but what I was hoping to obtain is some sort of response as to what this map represents and what it represented in 2006.
But
What-
you've gotten that response. I know you've gotten responses
it-
from the zoning officer, what we found.
But nobody's been able to give me any indication why it changed from.
We don't think it changed.
Well, listen, we appreciate that you have
Okay.
brought this to our attention,
Okay.
and you can make a decision as to what route you're going to take, whether to come back to this board for a zoning change or whether to go to ZHB. And your time was not wasted tonight. This has put this issue in front of all of us and given us some familiarity with it. So thank you for coming in.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else for public participation?
Good evening. My name's Colleen Price, and I live at 536 Atterbury Road. I just have some questions. This is for a very general question. It's about the development of Ardrossan. I know it's sort of bifurcated because you're dealing with trying to buy the property from the trust, but I don't know what the overall goal is. But I had a couple of suggestions, and I don't know whether it would be something you do under the agreement of sale or.
Go ahead, make your suggestions.
Well, my suggestion is I think part of the goal is that not only is there an area you wanted to keep open, you also want to limit the number of houses that are there. And at the hearing the hearing officer, Eddie Scott, said, he would limit it to, I think we're down to 64 houses, and that he already had people who were already lined up who were going to buy these houses around this big perimeter. It's about 100 acres of investment acres. It's this big hole in the middle of his plan. So he said he would limit it. He's got people, he's like locked and loaded. He's got all these people ready to do it and sign off, and his only holdup is that he's trying to make them donate this as a conservation easement. I mean, I've actually done one, so I understand the whole idea that he can't just say you can't develop in here because then it has no meaning as a conservation easement. So my proposal, I don't know who would do it, is you could say that there's going to be only 64 houses on this entire tract. And his whole plan, his phase one, is to develop this investment area that's supposed to remain open. And either plan A is you build all 64 there, and these people who are on the perimeter would then say, we're not going to do that. They donate the property, which is supposedly the intent. Now that whole 64 number can go to plan B, which will definitely need to be massaged, but it would be on other portions of the tract. So I don't know if you can put that into your agreement of sale, because I think he's saying his only holdup is what the IRS would do, and I think that would give him the right to give up a developable right to build 64 houses in the area that everyone supposedly thinks is going to be open. Because as they testified to, you can have 167 houses in there, and there's no limitation. So I think it would be a mistake not to kind of minimize that number if you can. And we also asked Eddie Scott, he has no intention of putting any trails in, so if that's something you're interested in as well, that would have to be something you get, I think, under the agreement of sale. And the other issue at the end of all this is this whole idea of an economic impact. I mean, what happens if you build 167 houses there? I think there's some sort of a trade-off. I haven't gone through that whole bit. It may be too many houses in terms of literally you may end up with another elementary school or, trailers. So there might be some issue on economic impact. How many houses do you have, and how do you really limit it? So that was my suggestion.
You, Colleen?
Sure.
Any other public participation before we start the meeting?
Good evening, everybody. I'm Diane Edbrill. I live at 205 Spruce Tree Road in the 2nd Ward. And I've been noticing as it's getting darker earlier, and I'm driving in the evening and the street lights are on, that there's a tremendous amount of light pollution coming from the high school field that is on Radnor Chester Road. I guess that's the soccer field there. And there's no one playing on those fields. I don't know. This may be something that's better raised with the school board, but I don't know who has control over those lights. I know also that, in recent months, these very tall light stands have been placed at Memorial Field by Radnor Elementary, and though I haven't seen them on, I'm just concerned about the potential for the community there. And I just want to know who's sort of watching the store when it comes to these lights. I mean, the lights are on, they're high-intensity lights. There's lots of them. They can't be cheap to be running, and who is paying for them when there's nobody on those fields. And if it's something that the township is supposed to be handling, I just want to bring it to the attention of the relevant staff members to keep an eye on that. If you need somebody to help keep an eye on it, I know last night they were on, I know tonight coming over they were on, and who should I talk to about this? Because I think it has a real impact on the Second Ward community as well as the pockets of whoever's paying that electric bill.
Oh, I would imagine you would call the school district about the school district's lights.
Okay, and there's no like arrangement with Township in terms of the recreational use, that there's a reimbursement or anything, or any sort of understanding? I mean, if there's
Well,
league sports going on at the fields, is it Township responsibility at that point?
You know what, our manager, it looks like our manager has an answer here.
Sure. Since the school grounds maintenance agreement ended, we have no responsibility with that, so that would be the school district for those fields. On Memorial Field, there will be a fee for use of lights, but also it's capped at a time in which they'll be on. So
Okay.
Memorial Field would be the townships. The ones that you're talking about, that's the school district, so I'd follow up with the school district on those.
And if I may ask the manager, what's the time frame within which the lights can be on at Memorial Field, just so I can try to keep an eye on that?
I believe it's 10 o'clock in which those lights need to go off.
10 p.m.
And there's ability to override, not similar to what the one university on Lancaster Avenue had a problem with.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, I'm glad you pointed this out, because we have in our audience tonight 2 or 3 members of the Environmental Affairs Council who, at my request, well, they're going to be here to talk about our green procurement policy, which is on the consent agenda, which I hope to move off. But following that, I've asked them to talk to us about programmatic view or review of township excessive lumens, excessive lighting from commercial, industrial, and to a certain extent residential. So they're here tonight, and just have a seat, and we'll see what we can
Thanks,
go over.
Commissioner Higgins. I look forward to that discussion.
Thanks.
Thank you all.
Any other public comment? All right, I'd like to announce that there was an executive session immediately preceding this meeting, October 14th, 2013, at which we discussed matters of litigation, personnel, and real estate. Next, can I have a motion for the approval of the minutes?
So move.
For August 12th, 2013.
So move.
Second.
Any comments from the commissioners on the minutes? Any comments from staff? Public comment? All those in favor say, oop. We have some public comment.
Sarah Pilling from Garrett Hill. I happened to review those minutes, and it said that I had asked about insurance for the dogs. That is not what I had asked about. I have a concern and wanted it put into the public record that there would be adequate liability insurance to protect anyone from the public who is bitten by a dog.
Okay.
This is not unprecedented. In Bethel Township, where they had dogs, one of the policemen was bitten. Fortunately, he was bitten in the crotch. And in Haverford Township, the child of one of the commissioners was badly bitten. So I want to be sure that it's in the record that you understand that you should have a concern for adequate liability insurance to protect
Okay.
yourselves from a lawsuit.
Thank you for that correction. With that change, do we have any other comment from commissioners, staff, or public? All those in favor said aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 6-0. Next, I'd like to announce, I'd like to move for the appointment of 2 volunteers to 2 of our boards. Linda Shaney to the Board of Health. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any commissioner comment?
I'll second. Yeah.
We have a second. And staff comment, public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 6-0. And Cora Manny to the Civil Service Commission.
Second.
Any commissioner comment, staff comment, or public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 6-0. I'd also like to announce that we have 3 positions open on the Zoning Hearing Board. And if you are interested in serving on that board, please do send your resume into our manager and indicate, and we will get you in for an interview. Next, we have the presentation of the green procurement policy. We have some members of the Environmental Advisory Council. Sloan Walker and Josh Hilbert are here tonight to join us and talk a little bit about that.
Thank you, Commissioners. I was here to answer any questions you had about the green procurement policy. It's lengthy, so I'm not going to read it, and the resolution to enact it is also lengthy. But what I will do is just give you a quick background. The plan was born out of our greenhouse gas reduction action plan. The policy was born out of that. We have a couple of groups in the green team working on some of the items in that action plan, and the policy, the green procurement policy, was one of them. We chose it because it was a low-hanging fruit. We felt it was a very low-cost item that could have benefit. So this policy was drafted both by the EAC and the green team. And it was drafted to be both comprehensive and to evolve with changing environmental concerns and technologies. The goal is to get all departments of the township to use environmental best practices in all of their purchasing, wherever feasible. That's the long and short of it. I'm happy to answer any questions you have specifically about the policy.
I have a question on 3A. The way I read this is you're stating that we potentially would be buying a more costly bid simply for the purpose of including recycled materials. Is that accurate?
In 3A,
Yeah, page 2, 3 under policies.
it says,
It says unreasonably expensive. So
in all purchases and requests for purchase, township personnel shall specify recycled content
Right.
and environmentally preferable products unless such products do not perform satisfactorily and/or are unreasonably expensive.
So it's not. So you're saying you would purchase something more expensive simply because it contains recycled content because it says unreasonably expensive.
If those products are unreasonably expensive, that provides a
What if
an
they're
out.
modestly more expensive?
Right. I think the spirit of this was that it would not be an automatic requirement to purchase anything that was more expensive just because it is recycled, but that this would be an important consideration in the purchase decision. So there is still discretion retained by the township in all the purchasing decisions. But one of the important considerations is the recycled content.
John Rice, do you agree with that statement?
If you bid it out, whatever it is, with recycling as part of the bid, that's all you're going to get back. So you have to take the lowest responsible and responsive bidder. You won't, unless you're going to bid it two ways.
Right, well,
You're going
that's-
to bid it with the recycling and without, but that's going to
Can you do
control.
that under this policy?
Pardon me?
Can you do that under this policy?
I have not looked at that policy yet, Kevin.
Commissioner,
But it's like any other product. I mean, if you're going to bid it out that has recycling, a recycling element to it, then that's all you're going to get back. And
Right, well, that's my concern, is I think we need to make a conscious decision to spend more when, not simply set the characteristics and the criteria, but we need to understand the trade-off.
Right.
So I would think the best way to do this is to bid it both ways. And if we want to spend $1,000 more and approve it in public that we want to spend $1,000 more for something because it has greater recycled materials, perfectly fine. But the idea to set the game up in advance is problematic to me.
Assuming that they're always going to be more expensive. I mean,
Know that.
I don't know what it would be either, but you'd have to set the bid however you wanted to bid it out following this policy or
Right,
not
so
following.
my belief is you should bid it out both ways and make a conscious decision to spend more if that's what you want to do. My
Well, and
concern is
Kevin, I read
is
this pretty carefully, and I don't think there's anything in here that would preclude you from bidding it both ways.
That's my question to John
Right.
Rice.
No, you could bid it both ways. I mean, I don't, whether this policy says otherwise, you can always do it both ways, but it's a policy decision the board's going to have to make.
So this policy doesn't limit us to implement how we want to implement, is what you're saying.
I agree.
And Commissioner, if I may, just to add to Kevin's point, I think this is what it is encourages us to look at these things. I don't think this binds us to any of this, but to look at options and opportunities that exist for us to pursue these within a cost-effective manner. That's the way I interpret this. And I think this is the intention of what the EAC had looked at, is to encourage us to look at these types of items, but not mandating to say we must
Can
do
you
this.
make sure that discussion is reflected accurately in the minutes of this meeting?
We can do that, sure.
Thank you.
So following up on that, Bob, I would interpret this that essentially that cost-benefit analysis that Kevin would do, your staff would do prior to initiating the bids, such that essentially if the recycled product was not competitive, then you would not write the recycled product into the bid.
Correct,
And
correct.
that's consistent with your expectation.
That's why I see it.
And then my second question regards the composition of this. Just affirm that this was done in consortium with staff. So it's a very practical document, correct?
It was
That's
done in
right.
consortium. I don't know who did. It was Ann Poland on our
Right.
committee that worked with Township.
That's right.
So Bob, your staff was involved in this, so this is a practical document,
That's
not a
correct.
philosophical document.
That's
This is
correct.
one-
And I want to give the EAC a lot of credit. They put a lot of
Yes.
time in this to bring this about.
Very much
They did
so.
A lot of time.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would echo that. This is really a great policy. I think it sets up the framework so that when we're making procurement, it gets us thinking a little bit about every decision we're making. It doesn't bind us to use products that are not the correct standard, that are substandard in the way they function, and it doesn't bind us if it's going to cost a lot of money. But it does request and require that our staff start to think about these measures when they're making their procurement and bidding decisions, which could not be more positive for our township. And often when you go the recycling route, surprisingly, you end up saving money. So I think we'll be well served by having this additional thought process incorporated into our procurement. And thank you for all of the work. I do want to note that it actually has consultation from the EAC quite often in this document. So you've created a bit of work for yourselves.
Happy to help.
Well, I'm glad we have somebody complimenting you on this board. I don't understand the anti-green approach of at least one of the members here. I think we really ought to
Characterize it as anti-green is not accurate.
Well, I'll finish, and
There's a trade-off.
then you can excuse me for talking while you interrupt me. I think you deserve some credit for doing this. I don't know why we want to pick on the issue of cost at this point. Let's let the policy be enacted. Let's see what happens. Maybe it will cost more to buy recycled and buy green. And maybe that's something that, as a board, we will want to do, because there's a greater good involved, and that is to limit greenhouse gases. So with that, I thank you very much for doing this.
Well, I'm not opposed to recycling. I'm opposed to ignorant decisions, and I think it needs to be laid out clearly. And the idea that you implement something and change your mind later is something that's very puzzling to me, which we're going to demonstrate potentially later on item H.
Do you have any other comments to add?
No.
Well, thank you again so much for all the work that you put into putting this policy together.
One thing I will ask, and you're welcome, thanks for asking us to do so. I also came prepared tonight with a progress report for the green
Great.
team.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if that was meant to be as part of this agenda item. I was told that it was supposed to be tonight. I just wanted to
Yes,
throw it out there that
we
I'm
would love to
prepared.
hear it.
Okay.
If you have it with you, we'd love to hear it.
Now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It's a brief slideshow to help me remember mostly what I came to tell you, but the green team was formed by the commissioners back in 2012, our first meeting in November. They've met about every 2 months in person. In order to facilitate progress through the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Action Plan, the Green Team chose to create 5 work groups to focus their efforts. Like I mentioned, they picked those items based upon trying to find ones that had the lowest implementation cost with respect to their impact on greenhouse gas emissions, so the lowest hanging fruit. And each of those work groups has a leader from the Green Team, as well as an EAC liaison. And that has proved to be very helpful.
And we should note that the Green Team is really a collection of township staff. It's not the EAC. The EAC isn't actually on the Green Team, but is a resource for the township staff that's really leading the effort.
So there's, like I mentioned, the 5 work groups, and on this slide here, I put the numbers of each of those items that can be correspond with the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Action Plan that we developed. So I'll just get right into it here. The green power purchasing was one of the work groups. Right now, Ben Cooper in the finance department, he is beginning to work on a power purchase RFP. As you probably know, we've been buying our power from PECO for forever, and there are other options for our township. And to reduce greenhouse gases, the EAC had suggested our township purchasing a portion of their power from green sources, i.e. wind and solar. This has a potential to reduce our energy costs as well as the desired environmental benefit. The green procurement policy that we just discussed, you'll see, guides the township toward environmentally preferable products, and I would consider electricity one of the most expensive products that our township buys and one of the most important ones. We in the EAC as well as the Green Team would like some guidance from the commissioners on how to craft that RFP. We'd like to see a green component to it. Most of the township would like to see some energy or some cost savings. So it's we don't. I'm not going to spell out any ideas right now on how to go about doing that, but we do have some ideas. We had our local community energy incorporated. Their Radnor company come in, a green power company come in and explain to us all the various options that are out there for green power. They have a program called their Solar Builder effort. It's an interesting product that we want to learn more about. We also found out that this whole township, the township, that means the electric that the township purchases, we could convert that to completely carbon neutral sources, green sources, for about $5,600 a year, which is impressive considering that our electric bills are in the $300,000 to $400,000 a year range.
So there is an example of maybe a conscious decision that the board might want to make in terms of maybe spending more, but for a very, we would think, a very big impact on carbon emissions. To be able to, I was personally very surprised when I heard and impressed when I heard to basically be 100% renewable for the township would cost, I thought it was going to be a multiple of $5,600 a year. So definitely not free, but might be something, or maybe there's some other scale, scaling up to some goal, like going 100% renewable that the township could endorse. But I think it's worth
And it would not be
discussion.
something novel. We used to do a percentage of our power purchasing.
Right.
I think it was specifically wind energy that we bought.
And we
Right.
bought that through community energy.
And
as a
we
matter
did,
of fact.
right. And we stopped that right about, I think, 2006, 2007, maybe
Yeah.
a little later.
Another work group we have focusing on building efficiency improvements. That would include our lighting surveys, as well as recommissioning. Recommissioning is a term you might not be familiar with. That's where you go back into an existing building to make sure it's functioning the way it was intended when it was built. We have found that it's going to be a little bit difficult to proceed with a project like this until we understand the future occupancy of this building we're in now, and it's our impression that that is still being determined. It's possible to do a limited scale at some of the other buildings, like project at the other buildings, like the Public Works, or maybe pieces of this building. But I kind of feel that it might be best just to wait and do it all at once. We might get a better, economies of scale with a project like this. So for now, moving forward slowly, but kind of on the back burner. Streetlights and traffic signals. Our traffic signals are almost 100% converted to LEDs here in the township. Over the years, we've had a couple grants to get that done, and so streetlights would be the bigger one here. Most of our streetlights, just about all of our streetlights are of conventional technology. And tonight you'll be talking about a contract that you'll be approving to replace them as they burn out with basically the same technology that was there. We would like to see the next RFP that we do for maintenance, maybe structure that to help us gradually upgrade our system to more efficient technology. It's one way to slowly lower those bills that we pay PICO for our streetlight contract, account, but without doing it all at once, and maybe without waiting for a large grant, which are few and far between these days, state grants. There's some research required to be able to know what to put into an RFP, exactly what technology we're going to be asking for, what brands and that type of stuff, what lighting levels, as Commissioner Higgins just mentioned earlier, and case studies for the townships that have already done this. There's lots of cities that have already done this in townships, so we're going to be working to further that research and maybe be ready for the next time this contract comes up for renewal. Sustainable purchasing policy, I think we've just about covered that one. I wanted to mention that we are here to assist the township and the various departments to get their full adoption. We understand that this might be, a kind of a learning curve to get this implemented, and we're here to help. But hey, the last one is actually important too. We feel that it applies to just about all of our purchases: vehicles, electricity, streetlights, office paper. And lastly, the greening of the vehicle fleet. We have investigated one or two state grants that have come through this year that would help us toward the purchase of alternative power vehicles. For various reasons, we decided it wasn't right at the time to pursue those grants. There will be more grants, and I wanted to suggest here at the end that a green fleet here in the township could be kick-started, just sort of short-circuit this whole process of waiting for grants and that kind of stuff by the purchase of just one single alternative energy vehicle.
Maybe a hybrid, or
a plug-in hybrid, or the parking authority guys, or a non-critical small vehicle where the effect of having it going around the township would be great, and the cost overcost of what a standard vehicle would cost wouldn't be so much.
I should thank Steve Norsini, who was very helpful in our trying to get a sense of the landscape of the township fleet, and I think we felt that there may be down the road opportunities to tackle some of the heavy-duty vehicles, and a lot of the township fleet is heavy-duty. There aren't a lot of electric or hybrid options for heavy-duty vehicles at this point. There are some compressed natural gas options. Some townships have started to explore that, and I think in the future there might be some interesting opportunities along those lines, which would present potentially some cost savings, at least on the fuel side, but does present some complications in terms of logistics. So we focused in on the light-duty vehicles, and that's where it looks like probably the easiest technology would be to explore maybe a new or maybe even a used hybrid for one of the light-duty vehicles, maybe the parking meter vehicle or an engineering vehicle, something like that.
And it would seem to me that for a light-duty vehicle that is driven a lot,
Right.
by one of our codes officials or by the parking meter
Right.
staff, that even if there is a slightly higher ticket price, the amount that they drive around, the money they're saving in fuel would be quickly recouped.
Right. There could be an opportunity if there's a vehicle that is driven, as you're saying, a lot.
Right.
It could be a pretty reasonable payback period to Township for paying up. If there isn't a great candidate that's driven that much, there are a number of slightly used hybrid
Right.
vehicles that might be cost competitive with maybe a newer vehicle. And from what I've understood, I do have a hybrid. The reliability is certainly comparable to regular fuel vehicles. So that's something I think the township can consider in their review of purchase decisions and consistent with the green purchasing policy.
Okay, well, I want to thank you so much for all your work. I also want to thank the staff members that have been members of this green team, because they've put a lot of time and thought, and we're getting there little by little. We're getting there in making these policies and starting to think about these factors when we're doing our decision-making in terms of purchasing.
Right, thank you.
We're going to vote one way or the other on the policy in a minute, but your presentation, what would you want us to do to foster that or push it forward?
The policy, the green
Well,
purchase.
what you presented, is that a summary of what's in the policy, or is it something
The green
different?
team progress report was basically just to tell you, how the green team as a whole has come along in the past year. The green purchasing policy was only one of the 5 things that they have tackled so far.
But I would
But that's a
jump
good
in.
question.
It is a very good question, and we would welcome, in fact, we would request any kind of direction-specific parameters on any of the 4 or 5 top priorities that Josh laid out. Those are probably the most important issues that we're working on. And if there is a feeling by the board that, hey, you guys should be pushing really hard on the power purchasing, and here are some parameters to consider, maybe some, I don't know if it's a budget or something along those lines, but some sense of what would be useful to you as you think about actual decisions. These are the 4 or 5 highest priority. Any specific guidance back to us would be great, and then we can certainly work further and make very specific recommendations if that's useful on any of these or other issues that are also relevant. So does that?
Yes, that's helpful. I want to ask the chair a question on procedure here. I've been in touch with both Josh and Sloan over the last week or so about an article by a professor at James Madison University on cities reducing the overall amount of illumination that's emitted from their territory. And I'd like to know if this is the right time for me to bring that up and talk about it, or it would be better done later on the agenda?
Do it now, or you're talking about streetlights? So we have an agenda item later specifically with a contract of streetlight replacement.
Okay.
So either place, whichever.
Will you be able to stay around for that agenda item? Okay, we'll do it then.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
My only thought to that is that I wouldn't like to see us get so specific about one item without the opportunity to discuss where that one item fits into the general context. So I'd be hesitant to take action on something like that. I don't know if that's what you were proposing.
No, I'm not proposing. Kind of, what I'm doing is trying to make an opening sortie, is that the right word? French? To get a discussion started within the township about whether we need all the lighting we have at night. That's my only objective. It's not to have this board do anything further than that, just to start a discussion.
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate when we have our streetlight contract discussion. Okay, thanks again. Next, we have our consent agenda, and again, this is an agenda with a lot of items combined that are very perfunctory in nature and do not merit debate. Before we vote on the consent agenda, I give my colleagues a chance to remove anything that they would like to see discussion on.
I'd like to remove item C, please.
Item C, which is a discussion about whether to authorize our solicitor to attend a zoning hearing board, and that is removed. Anything else? And we also give the public an opportunity to request that an item be removed if they'd like to hear it discussed.
Well, I'm wondering, is item F, the award of the maintenance of streetlights, is that the one that we should bring up and discuss in conjunction with the question of excessive lumens?
Jim, that is an excellent catch. Yes, I didn't realize it was in the consent agenda.
Okay, so I would like to remove that one.
Okay. So can I have a motion to approve?
Motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Without C and without F.
C and F.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes 6-0. All right, let's go ahead and do C and F at this point rather than later in the agenda. C is the motion to authorize John Rice to attend a zoning hearing board regarding appeal number 2902. The applicant is 530 West Lancaster Avenue, LLC, and it is zone C2, and they're seeking an interpretation that the proposed use for the purpose of parking be calculated in accordance with requirements of Section 280-103.B20, building or use other than specified above. Don, did you want to?
Yeah, I just don't understand it, so I need some information to understand it better.
Well, I can tell you what Kevin Kachansky informed me on Thursday. That appeal is basically an appeal of Kevin's interpretation as to how you calculate the parking under the sections that are cited here. Mr. Brosman, who's representing the property owner, is appealing that and then alternatively asking for a variance. Mr. Brosman spoke to Mr. Kachansky on Thursday and said, if I withdraw my interpretation request, because Kevin's concern was there'd be some kind of a precedent involving an interpretation that he would disagree with. Would the solicitor still need to attend the zoning hearing board? Now, I received a letter, and Mr. Ryan received a letter Friday from Mr. Brosman. He has formally withdrawn his interpretation request. He's going solely on the variance request when this appears. So I would suggest, and I don't know, Commissioner Curley, the background of this application other than Kevin had informed me that I may be going, or he was going to suggest that I go, depending on whether the interpretation request was withdrawn. It's now been withdrawn. So in terms of your action tonight, I think you should still authorize me to attend contingent on the zoning officer, Mr. Kachansky, being satisfied or determining whether or not he needs me there to do something other than to defend his interpretation. That was the reason I think this is on your agenda. I have the letter which I can email to the board. It came in Friday. He's withdrawn that. So Kevin was concerned about some interpretation being overturned that would set a precedent for the way parking gets calculated in other parts of the district.
Okay, are you satisfied with that
Yes.
explanation? Okay, would somebody like to make a motion to approve it?
I'll make the motion that John Rice may attend the zoning hearing board if Kevin Kachansky.
Contingent on Kevin
necessary.
needing me there to defend his
Yes.
interpretation, which
Second.
I don't think it's going to be necessary.
Any commissioner comment? Any further staff comment? Any public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 6-0. The next item we're pulling is the lighting contract. I've lost my agenda here. This is Resolution 2013-118, Award of Maintenance of Streetlights. And perhaps Mr. Norsini can just briefly summarize what this contract would envision?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is our standard streetlight maintenance contract, which we bid out every 2 years. And it was bid with a optional year to renew at this board's discretion, at the pleasure of this board. And basically what it entails is the contractor for a flat fee is responsible for replacing bulbs on all the township streetlights, which would include state and township-owned roads. And at the request of the Environmental Advisory Council, as part of the Green Initiative, I did install and add an additional alternate for LED lights. So what that was is I took the lumens of today's technology light and had each contractor, each bidder provide a price to replace it with an LED light, and it was not brand specific. The basis of the award of the contract is for that maintenance portion. And currently, Charles A. Higgins and Sons, who is our current streetlight contractor, is also the qualified low bidder on this. And as I was just telling the folks from the EAC, the purpose of that unit price was, should the township wish to do a test area or start to replace additional lights, we have a set fee. Now, if working with the EAC, perhaps on a grant, where we'd like to do a large area, that's where I would go brand specific and style specific to address that. But there is a mechanism. It's not saying that every light that the township has will be replaced with an LED light. It gives us an option to do so.
So you have in hand, in addition to this bid price, an alternate for replacing with LEDs?
That is correct.
And is it significantly higher?
Yes.
It is.
It's more than double.
It's more than double, and that's just the cost of the bulb is more than double.
Right, because usually what happens, each year the technology gets better and better, but still what happens is there's not a lot of great technology where you can unscrew an incandescent bulb and screw in an LED. So in most cases it involves the replacement of the entire fixture.
I see.
And when I say double, it's more than double the cost of a standard fixture and bulb versus an LED.
Right. Okay. Jim, did you want to incorporate your thoughts about level of light?
Yeah, there's two things here. First of all is the article from Professor Bogart at James Madison, which I want to give to our manager and have it posted on the website. And with your permission, I would like to read about 5 sentences from the start of the article. The second issue is, Steve, I've had 2 complaints in the last month from people in the First Ward about new bulbs going in and being so bright it's like high noon. And you took the problem and ran with it, and I appreciate that. And the result was, or is, that the contractor has come back with lower lumens in the installation. So my point here is, do we need to really think about not just do we want to go with LED, which is more expensive to install, but we save money over the long run, but do we also want to consciously try to lower the lumens in all the lighting that we do on replacement, not all the lighting we do, but as we replace bulbs throughout the township?
That's a great thought, Commissioner, and there's actually some duplication of light. If you go down Lancaster Avenue in certain parts, you'll see the ornamental lights that we have, and yet we still have Cobra heads on tall mast arms throughout portions of Wayne. My thought would be, if we did move in that fashion, you would designate certain areas for certain output fixtures. Perhaps residential is lower, and then it would be, and commercial would be higher. I would involve the police department because it is a matter of public safety when, with these streetlights, we just had a gentleman who asked to have one removed from a cul-de-sac, and we went to one of the lieutenants and they said, "No, absolutely not. It's imperative for what they do and for the safety of our residents." So I think we could put together a plan like that with input from some of the different groups on staff, and then the board would have to let us know how you wish to implement that. It's not hard if we just do it through the fact that as we replace bulbs that are burnt out with this lower wattage, it's a slower process, but we would eventually get there, versus taking sections and saying we wish to address these entire sections.
Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to go ahead with this. This is an article that appeared I guess it came to me from the internet. I'm not sure where Professor Bogard published it, but again, he's at James Madison University. It starts out this way. The city of light dimmed? It's true. Thanks to a new law, not only Paris, but all of France will see its lighting level reduced beginning this July. Window lighting in commercial buildings and the lights on building facades will be turned off after 1 a.m., and interior lighting in office buildings will be off an hour after the last employee departs. The new law promises to reduce carbon emissions and save energy, the annual equivalent of 750,000 households worth. Most significant is its potential to turn the tide against light pollution by changing attitudes about our unnecessary overuse of light at night. And then I'll skip ahead to one final statement. Pacific Gas and Electric Corporation performed research in 2008. The San Francisco-based energy company reviewed the research and found either that there is no link between lighting and crime, or that any link is too subtle or complex to have been evident in the data. So I think we've gotten to the point where we do light up our skies and our environment at night, perhaps under the false premise that it makes our cities safer. That's really all I want to say. I could add one footnote. When we did the Wayne train station historic preservation effort, we had tremendous battle with SEPTA. If you go by the Wayne station today, you'll see that, in my view, it looks like the Delaware City refinery at night. It's way in excess of what it needs to be from the standpoint of security and safety. But SEPTA just stuck to its position and said, that's our policy, that's the way we're going to do it. Perhaps if we get people starting to think about lowering the amount of illumination in the township, maybe we can change some attitudes. So Bob, if it's okay, I'd like to have this document posted on the website for all the public to see.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
I have to admit, I've never had any complaints in my ward about the street lights. But if it saves energy and it saves money, I'm all for it, dimming the lights. So I need a motion for passing the award of the maintenance contract for the street lights.
So move.
I'll second that.
Seconded. Any other commissioner comment on this? Any further staff comment on this? Any public comment on this?
Thank you. Jim Schneller, St. David's. Thank you for your consideration about lumens. It's crucial. The community deserves this up-to-date looking at that in a technical manner. I encourage it completely. Some streets in Radnor are a joy to be on, like they were in the 70s and 80s, because the street lighting is nice. You get to other intersections and you're looking at a bad situation.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Jim.
Any other public comment? All right, I'll call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 6-0. All right, now we'll move on to our committees. First, we'll start with Public Works and Engineering with Jim Higgins.
Thank you. The first matter is ordinance 2013-15, which is final adoption, establishing a user fee for stormwater collection and management. We had a thorough discussion on this ordinance 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago at our meeting. We did not enact it in final form then because we had some late amendments come in regarding the amount of the fee to be charged to property owners. And there was another section that I suggested we change, which would lower the amount of penalty that a person would pay once he or she got into a delinquent situation. So I can, again, give my little speech on this, but I think I'll decline to do it. But I will say this, that it's been a long time coming. We've had tremendously good cooperation from our Stakeholders Advisory Committee of citizens that worked on this ordinance, that worked on a study for about 13 months ending last spring. And we've been served very well by AMEC Infrastructure of Plymouth Meeting in providing for us the outline of this ordinance. John Rice has helped modify it. Elaine has put input to it. I think everybody on the board has contributed in one way or another. So I think we're ready to go, and I will move the introduction, I will move the adoption of ordinance 2013-15.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Do we have any other commissioner comment? Okay, do we have any staff comment? Everybody's talked out on this particular issue. Any public comment?
Hi.
Hello.
John Velutini, 106 Walnut. And I also want to thank Jim Higgins and the Stormwater Committee with all their work in the last number of months. You know, I think we have the votes. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure we have the votes. But just in case we don't, in case somebody woke up on the wrong side of the bed, I just want to emphasize that just an hypothetical, if the stormwater resolution does not pass, the township would really need to reconsider funding for any projects or services that I would, or most people would, categorize as a nice to have or want to have, because this is clearly a need to have. I think we all understand the gravity of the situation. The only other thing I wanted to mention was for any of the public or any of the commissioners who think this issue is not an issue and it impacts folks who just live in a floodplain only, I just need to remind you that the Firehouse and Francis Avenue and Midland Avenue are not in a floodplain. So there's obviously, you know, it's been documented. We have some issues, and they have to be taken care of. I think that's it. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other public comment? All right, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote.
Rich Booker, 455 Belrose Lane. I rise in opposition to the stormwater tax, and one reason that's given for this imposition of this on the township is because nonprofits will be forced, or universities, et cetera, will be forced to pay. I would remind everyone that the vast majority of the money will continue to come from the citizens and from the property owners. And we shouldn't impose a tax on all of the residents just to get at a specific group. Whether you think that universities should be exempt or not, they are exempt, and we can talk about that in other times and for other issues. But imposing a tax on everyone just to make that point, I think, is incorrect. Secondly, the township had commenced certain stormwater projects. One in mid-2000s in connection with the school board and in connection with the middle school. That project was never completed by the township. The connection, and we heard about it near the firehouse, was never made to the extensive underground stormwater work that was put together in connection with the construction of the middle school. And I am familiar with that after participating as a school board member at that time. Consequently, we should finish our existing stormwater projects before we commence starting new ones and imposing a new tax on the residents. I'd also remind everyone that we are following along in the vein of the city of Philadelphia in imposing this tax. I think that that's indicative that we're heading in the wrong direction. I don't think it's good for the township. I don't think it's good for Philadelphia, but I especially don't think that Radnor wants to be in the same company doing the same types of things and imposing new fees and new taxes on its residents as the city of Philadelphia. Finally, we have, as has been pointed out, a substantial surplus at the township. We have an $8 million recovery from a business privilege tax settlement, in addition to a substantial budgetary excess from other operations. Certainly, we should be able to find $2 million out of that $10+ million revenue surplus so that we don't impose a tax on the residents of Radnor. It's only a small portion. I would ask this board to consider, I would ask for a motion from one of the board members to delay the implementation of this until the money is absolutely needed, because I don't think it's needed at this time. Finally, we have other pet projects that this board is undertaking to spend substantial amounts of money on, specifically the purchase of open space at Ardrossan and other projects. $10+ million for open space can be found, certainly, in light of the surplus and in light of other revenues available. We shouldn't impose a tax on the residents of Radnor. We should do the work that's necessary to be done out of revenues currently available. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts, Rich. Any other public comment?
Good evening, Ken Taylor from Willow Avenue. We've been banding about the idea of doing something about stormwater and creating a succinct and segregated funding source for these kind of projects for as long as I can remember, and certainly since Hurricane Floyd in 1999. I'd remind the prior speaker that there have been impetus to create funding for stormwater projects, but for many other reasons, those funds were utilized on other projects. This ordinance would stop that cold. This will create a lockbox for specifically stormwater projects, and it's not being enacted merely to catch up the nonprofits, but rather it's being enacted because, to be equitable, those facilities produce runoff, as do virtually every other property, both residential and business and nonprofit owned. And it is that equity that demands that we assess the fee in the fashion that this ordinance proposes. I welcome it. It's not going to be the last we heard of this issue. This fighting stormwater is in transition, perhaps going to hybrid or eventually transition to a watershed by watershed approach. This allows Radnor to get ahead of the curve on that issue. And I would look forward to Radnor, when the time comes for this ordinance to perhaps be scrapped in terms of a household being assessed by means of a belonging in a particular watershed authority, that this board can adapt or scrap this ordinance when that comes to be. But we're not there yet. This answers a lot of prayers. This funds, and it funds at an adjusted level, utilizing some of the very same proceeds that the previous speaker indicated to seed the capital budget. It lowered the rate per unit to adjust for the fact that, as some of the board members indicated, that there will be some slow progress through the engineering stages, and that would alleviate the taxpayers' need to front load this in the way of funds. And finally, I remind everyone that the idea to do the pay-as-you-go was in essence a compromise of the idea of trying to front load this even more with a bond issue. And I think, again, the ordinance we have before us allows us to adapt easily to the watershed by watershed approach when that future comes to visit all of us. I've waited for this a long time. I ask for your vote. This will be this board taking the bull by the horns after a lot of talk by prior boards. And I salute this board for being active and finally taking this step.
Any other public comment?
Hi, Diane Edbrell again. I'll be very brief. I echo the comments of the speaker immediately prior to me, and I just want to say that I went through this proposed ordinance very carefully today in anticipation of speaking about it tonight, and I think there are just two things that I would like to mention. Number one, the fee. Really, if you own a property that is a residential property that is 1 acre or greater, the fee is $116 per year, which, I think is going to be a lot less than trying to deal with a stormwater crisis that we haven't planned for and saved for a rainy day, so to speak. And then the only other thing that I want to say is that something that this ordinance will do will be to create a sort of cap and trade kind of system whereby people can be proactive in terms of implementing stormwater abatement practices on their property, which will enable them to get a rebate or exemption of this fee to either all or part of the whole fee. And, this is a really proactive thing, and I'm just really excited to see Radnor Township taking the lead in this regard, because stormwater management is something that is going to continue to be an issue that communities in this part of the world have to deal with for decades and decades to come. And I'm just really thrilled to see that we're doing something moderate, responsible, effective, and fair in this regard. So thank you all very much, and I look forward to its implementation.
Thank you, Diane. I just want to clarify one thing. An acre would be 3 units, which is $87. More than an acre is 116, 4 units, 116. So if you're 1 acre or less, it's $87 or less. It's a bargain.
Good evening. I'm Felix Huvig from Forest Road up in North Wayne, and I've been there for about 40 years. And over that period of time, I've had a number of 100-year storms that routinely come every 2 or 3 years. Lately, they've been coming about every 3 months or so. And as Commissioner Higgins is aware, as well as Mr. Narsini, who have both been out in my properties in the middle of a storm where we have about 1.5 to 2 feet of water running down Forest Road, and all of the properties are inundated. There's nothing that we as just homeowners can do about that. So I'm very much in favor of the board voting finally to do something on a township level about it. I firmly support the application of the tax, whatever you want to call it, because if I look at that small amount of money that I would have to pay every year to help alleviate the kind of problems that I'm having to live with on a monthly basis, I'm firmly in favor of it. So I salute you if you can find it within you to go ahead and approve the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, I think we're...
Hi, I'm Jim Schneller. I live in St. David's. I am indeed, as an outdoors person, I have experienced a lot of these 100-year storms, which are quite unusual. I have steered clear of this topic, and I hope you'll bear with me, because tonight I have a couple comments. I'd like to know whether the township has kind of been grandstanding about this. When I ride my bicycle along Lancaster Avenue from Radnor all the way to Stratford, I experience a good 6 to 8 storm drains that have not been cleared in 10 years. There are storm drains where you could drop a golf ball and it would stay right at street level. I think that the firehouse situation, that is the incompleted connection in Radnor, may be grandstanding by the township. I think somebody wants this to happen. I think we all want it to happen, especially some people who have severe consequences. But I object to the fact that township has kind of let the whole thing metamorphosize in one form, and then suddenly we're pressured to pass that. You are pressured to pass that form. And the situation has been described well in the fact of inequity. Radnor, in fact, is a hilly community. People at the tops of hills shouldn't bear the burden. I know that it's a sudden interest on your part to finance something, but in the long run, communities don't bear the entire burden of something this specific on the backs of certain people. People at the tops of hills shouldn't pay for the fact that people moved into the Wayne Basin. Another problem is that the nonprofits aren't doing their share and could. And what we have on the agenda, 10 steps down, is a resolution to request the colleges and universities to voluntarily contribute. Voluntarily contribute. Do you know what Eastern and Valley Forge contribute to the water coming down towards Willow? A lot. Finally, to wrap up this pleasant comment of mine, we haven't seen a lot of real failures. We've been told a lot about how these systems are failing. There haven't been cave-ins. There haven't been sudden sinkholes. I think it's indicative that we're in decent shape. So I really appreciate the comments about the fact that this is money that shouldn't be given a sudden creation. As a very famous politician once said, I've never seen a government tax rescinded.
Thank you for your thoughts, Jim. I think we're ready for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it passes 4-2.
I would just like to correct something Mr. Schneller said about our Public Works Department. I know for a fact that in advance of every storm, well, if it's PennDOT, then what I'm going to say isn't necessarily correct or true or accurate. But in advance of every storm, Mr. Norsini directs his whole staff to go out and, as best as they can, cover the entire width and breadth of the township and clear out storm drains. And that is something that, if you were talking about PennDOT's failings, that's one thing, but it's not blame to be placed upon our township forces.
And not to get into this, but to say that things haven't failed, right now 7,000 motorists a day are diverted because one of our bridges, culverts, has collapsed because of the volume of the water underneath it.
Can we just move on? We had the vote.
All right, so before we do move on, I want to quickly mention that now that we've passed this, we have a lot of work to do. And I just want to spend a few minutes talking about what's going to happen now, because passing the fee is the most minute first step on tackling these issues. There will be a billing system put together and put out, and I believe, perhaps Bill can confirm this, but I believe that will happen in January, that those bills will go out. Right?
That is correct.
Okay. Until those bills go out, we don't have money in that pot right now. However, in an upcoming vote, which should be either October 28th or November 11th, we will be deciding what to do with the $8 million surplus, with the $8 million payment that we got, a bonus payment, manna from heaven, to help us out through these times. And We have discussed using 1.2 of that to put into this, to seed this account until we get the billing money up and running, which, should that occur, and all indications are that it will occur, we will have some money to start some work right away. We have discussed as well that we would like to move up in our program as it was envisioned by the Stormwater Advisory Committee. In year 3, they had a program to exactly identify the impervious coverage of each individual home. Right now, the way the billing is set up, the exact impervious coverage is in the billing system for the larger properties and for the non-residential homes or properties. We do have the capability, if we buy some software and invest some time, to do it for every property, every single homeowner, down to the doghouse in your backyard. And that we had a discussion about moving that up into year 1, not year 3, because people felt that was much fairer and would sit more comfortably with our residents to know that they were being billed for exactly what they were contributing, not an approximation. So that will be something that we'll be voting on immediately when we get the infusion of the 1.2. We will also be appointing a Stormwater Advisory Committee, which we'll talk about in the next item, who will be taking up the credit system, and that will be done within 6 months. And we also have some immediate projects that were in the Stormwater Advisory Committee, some priority projects that we'll be discussing in the next few months, whether we want to move ahead with those projects. And finally, we'll be talking about issuing an RFP for what consultant we're going to use to really kind of organize this project moving forward. This is going to be a lot of construction, a lot of engineering to coordinate, a lot of construction, many projects, and it's going to be contracted out, and we're going to be looking to see whether we'll be contracting out a czar of that activity. So that's a lot of activity that's going to come up in the next couple of months before the first bill has hit a mailbox, because we'll have this $1.2 million. So I want everyone to be aware that what we just did is a drop in the bucket to what this program is going to entail going forward. So our next item, Jim, I believe we had put C before B.
Yes. We have announcement that there are 7 positions available on the Stormwater Advisory Committee. And this is, as Elaine has said, a critical body that we as a Board of Commissioners need. We need help from citizenry to guide us and help us to make the right decision, pick the right projects to work on, spend the money prudently, and do it with full public input and participation. So that is the announcement. 7 positions available. You should send your resume to our township manager, Mr. Zinkowski.
And I also would add, if you have any particular expertise that would make you particularly well-suited for working on this committee, you know, if you're an engineer, if you have experience in stormwater management, if you have a financial background, project planning background, please let us know, because obviously we're going to want to fill those needs as much as possible.
I have one question. Bill White, can you tell us the status of the letter that was going to go out in October?
Yeah, we caught up with AMAC on the test file. There's one assumption that we cleared up. I guess it can't be earlier this week, so it was last week, regarding some rounding. So we have the test file. We expect that we could have that up in the system by the end of October, right? And we'll get those out as quickly as we can after that.
Will it be site-specific, meaning, or will it still be just general by acre lots?
Well, we're going back and forth on that. The site-specific will be generated by the system and will look a lot like a bill. So we're concerned that people might start paying it, and we certainly don't want that. So we're seeing if there's a way to find something in the middle between something that looks like a bill and something that
is more of an informative in nature, so like a newsletter type of.
Will people know what their particular bill is, though, at this, or will it still be general that?
Are you talking like, so resident John Doe lives on this property,
Yeah.
he's going to owe $29? We'll have the ability to do that. The concern is that when we send that mailer out, it's going to look like a bill because it's going to come right out of the system. So we're trying to figure out how to overcome that so people don't start paying it.
Very good.
But we have the data, which was what the holdup was at the last meeting. We weren't sure we were going to have that yet. So,
But did I understand your answer accurately, Bill, that it won't be ready by the end of October to be mailed?
it could go out as early as the end of October. If we don't have any issues with the upload into the system, which.
Because at a certain point, because if I understood you correctly, you said the actual bills will go out in January?
Yes.
All right, so because at a certain point in time, if it slips, it kind of becomes foolish. Since, you know, for argument's sake, you're sending it out late December and the real bills go out in January. So, I mean, I think you ought to really push hard.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I fully agree.
Okay, I think we're ready for the next.
If we're ready, I will move on now to item B under Public Works and Engineering. And this is Resolution 2013-12, the award of a contract for the Chamonix Road sidewalk. And it would be contract number B13-009. And Mr. Narsini has a memorandum in our materials. And Steve, you can go ahead and talk about that if you would, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. What you have in front of you in the proposed legislative memo is the bid for the Chamonix Road sidewalks, and it was bid in two sections, which gives you a grand total. The first section is for the portion from St. David's train station to St. David's Road. Section 2 is the portion from St. David's Road to the path that originates from Eastern University. And in the center of that memo is the bid tabulation. As you can see, we received 6 sealed bids via Penn Bid e-bidding site. And the lowest qualified bidder is Pools Landscape Company Incorporated with a Section 1 bid of $44,466.80. Section 2, $79,933.20 for the grand total of $124,400. So the lowest qualified bidder for sections 1 and 2 separately and in the aggregate is Pools Landscape Company. The implementation schedule: upon approval by the Board of Commissioners, a purchase order would be processed for the project, and we could begin the process of getting that done. There is also a period of time where we could address other issues at the discretion of this board, should you so wish. The fiscal impact to date, the township has spent $27,834.79 on engineering, and the engineering, along with the price of the lowest bid, totals $152,234. All that being said, I would respectfully request the Board of Commissioners award contract B13-009 Chamonix Road Sidewalk Project pursuant to obtaining funding to Pools Landscaping Company in the amount of $124,400.
Steve, I notice in the implementation schedule, the last sentence, you have, weather permitting, the project is slated to be completed in 2013, or did you have it specific, something more specific than that?
No, depending how, if it is approved tonight, the contractor would be contacted tomorrow, literally, to provide the bonding items, the bonding issues that they need. Upon receipt of the appropriate bonding and certificates of insurance, they'd be issued the notice to proceed. Then there's another gap as we get the material submittals for approval. It's not necessarily a complicated project. Concrete, we do have to watch the weather, but there are admixtures that could be used. So the full intent would be to have this installed this year. There could be restoration or landscaping that would have to occur in the spring, depending on when this is finished.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to comment on a couple of things, if you would, please. The Pools Landscape Company combined bid for sections 1 and 2 plus the engineering that's already been done by the township and its consultant, which is Gilmore and Associates, is considerably higher. That number you have there for us, I think it's $152,234, is considerably higher than the estimates that were mentioned well before the time I got on the board, which is almost 2 years ago, or less than 2 years ago. And so could you comment on why you think, I think the estimates back then were under $100,000. Why are we up this high?
That's correct. When you're dealing with sealed bids, you have to take into certain items. One is the bidding climate. I think we had a favorable bidding climate here. The original estimates were just that, estimates. I don't know when this originally came down the line several years ago. It predates me, it predates yourself. I don't know how those estimates were arrived at, but this is based now, currently, these bids are based on the units as provided by Gilmore for square foot of sidewalk, curb to be reset, curb to be replaced. There is 103 feet for a small stormwater management item in this. That all told with traffic control and paving restoration, that's patching where the curbing work does. I feel these are current fair market prices. So I really can't speak to the previous estimate. I know that our design engineer from Gilmore, his estimate on this was considerably higher than what we're seeing here. So I'm very happy to see that our lowest qualified bidder came in considerably less than what the probable costs of construction were based on his estimate.
All right, I don't want to monopolize things, so if anybody else wants to jump in now, I'd just like to get some points out so that maybe we can save some time in discussion later on. One of the points I'd like to get out is there will be impact if we do both sections 1 and 2. There will be impact on existing trees. Some of them are very mature trees on people's property. Have we done, what have we done in the way of analysis of that impact?
A few months back on the Shimoni Road sidewalk update, I provided a report from our independent arborist, our appointed arborist, John Hosbach, who reviewed this project. And although the Gilmore and Associates engineer who designed this, I think did a very good job at trying to keep the grades minimally invasive, there are still cuts and fills that have to occur to get the sidewalk in. There's no way around that. And John Hasbach did consider some items, the use of geotextile, the use of a geogrid. There is no doubt, though, depending on what section you do, on either section, there will be an impact on trees. There's no way out of that. We could address it through John Hasbach's requests. There's also deep root feeding. Root pruning is already part of the project, whereas roots are not left dangling. They all have to be cut off and treated.
All right, so there's going to be impact on trees, but we don't know if we will lose any trees. There's no, we can't predict that, nor can we guarantee that everything will be saved. So I just wanted to get that information out, and then I'll just yield my time to anybody else.
Sorry, I have a series of questions. First one's for John Rice. How do you award a bid when you don't have funding to do it?
How do you award a bid when you don't have funding?
Yeah. That's what this ordinance says. Or this resolution, excuse me.
I'm assuming there's funding available
It's not.
if it's been bid out.
It's not. It says pursuant to obtaining funding. So I'm a little perplexed how we...
The board can be awarded contingent on the funding being provided.
And is there a time limit that has to be done within?
No.
As long as,
If that's a contingency in the bid award, then that can be done that way.
If it wasn't described in the bid documents to the bidder, what's the consequences of that?
You mean the funding?
Correct. If it says this bid is contingent on funding, if they weren't told that.
If it's contingent and it's in the bid documents, then everyone had notice of it.
But if it's not in the bid documents?
Then I think the board can still make it contingent on that, if that's the board's policy decision.
Commissioner Higgins, if I may add.
You can always you can always reject bids for any reason, Kevin. I mean, it's not that stringent as long as.
No, but it's our issue. We don't have funding provided for this yet.
Then it's not a legal issue regarding bidding. It's an issue as to where the funding's going to come from.
Okay, Steve.
No, just to echo the sentiments of the solicitor, all our bids always note that the Board of Commissioners, at their discretion, may award any, all, part, or none of this bid.
Okay.
That's pretty much standard language.
My second question, you've kind of teed it up for me. Under what authority, and maybe you just don't need it, but it was perplexing to me, under what authority did we split the bid?
That was a decision I made in the field upon field visits. The split would be no different than in any other bid, whether it be units, lump sum. I just thought that gave this board more latitude should they wish to do so, because I wasn't sure what these bids would come in at. Our original estimate from the design engineer was in the $200,000 range for the whole project. So I thought, and this was an easy geographic split, St. David's Road. So it was not under any authority. It was just as I was working through the project.
Okay. That's John Rice. Are you concerned about that? I mean, maybe it's a concern I have that's not a valid concern, but
Splitting the bid? No.
yeah. Okay. Just want to clarify, and this is really, I guess, a question for Bill White. Based on all these numbers here, this sidewalk isn't free, right?
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I just wanted to get that clarified. The 2006 resolution, again, I'm not a lawyer, John Rice, but you are, and I'd be interested in your opinion. It says that a sidewalk be funded by the university along Chamonix Road from the existing pedestrian path on Chamonix Road to the St. David's train station. Should we not build the entire sidewalk, does that mean Eastern is relieved of their obligation unless they choose to voluntarily make that commitment?
Reading from.
I could, if you want to come over and pick it up, I'm looking at the 2006-20 resolution that approved the sidewalk. You want me to read it to you, John?
Yeah, go ahead, Kevin.
I'll try to read it slowly. I know I sometimes speak fast. It says that a sidewalk be funded by the university, meaning Eastern, along Chamonix Road from the existing pedestrian path on Chamonix Road, which is their entrance, to the St. David's train station. So if we stop at St. David's Road, are they obligated to commit their funding, or is it discretionary on their part?
Well, there's another piece of information. There's a more recent resolution when you grant it.
The $80,000 cap.
Right.
I don't have, what's the language there say? Because I don't believe that they're obligated if we don't build the whole thing. Now, they could choose to voluntarily make the contribution, which I suspect they will. But
Yeah,
I just want to understand the facts.
You know, I remember reading that 06 resolution. It was vague. There wasn't a number in it. It was a little bit up in the air. So when they were in front of the board in 2012, I think it is, and the board approved, there's an intersection, well, there's actually a resolution, but there was an intersection improvements escrow agreement, which they have not signed yet, although they did put up a letter of credit, which is still alive.
If I'm looking at the right thing, do you have it in front of you, John?
I have the
2011-153. It says $80,000 of, I'm going to abbreviate this, of this resolution may be utilized to meet Eastern's obligation of the installation of sidewalks along Chamonix Road pursuant to the previous approval.
Yes.
So does this, are they obligated to commit the $80,000, or is it now voluntary if we don't build the whole sidewalk?
They're obligated to put up the $80,000.
No matter how much of it we build?
Correct. They posted, Eastern got their approvals. There were two elements in terms of financing, at least initially. One was traffic signal improvements at the intersection there, and the second was this $80,000. So there were 2 or 3 letters of credit put up. 2 of them have been terminated. The one that's still alive is there's a $200,000 letter of credit, which is good until April of 2014. I confirmed that today. That one is alive, and that specifically references Chamonix Road. So at any time, the township can draw on this, can draw the full 80,000. So this is available.
Steve, I had two more, or 2.5, I guess I'll describe it. Explain to me, in non-engineering, non-public works terms, the stormwater management that's being put in here. And related to that, is this a solution that we would require sort of if somebody was developing this independently? I want to make sure we're not taking a shortcut and shortchanging the people with this solution.
Okay, I need to go in reverse for just a moment. So we, the township, are proposing to install sidewalks regardless of how we got to that point. It's now a township project. And most times, a developer would not necessarily be required to do stormwater management for a sidewalk. But they are required to do it for the land development or subdivision site that maybe this becomes attached to. My request to our design engineer at the time, Mike Taggart, was, I think we need to show that when the township does a project, that we too, I constantly ask developers, if there's any in the audience, I constantly ask them for additional stormwater management, for more strict usage of our regulations than they need to do. So I am always asking them to go over and above. So while I don't feel that this project in and of itself would be required to do stormwater management, I did want to show that we were putting some forth. So the way it was done is that the pipe that's in the street, it's a perforated high-density polyethylene pipe. It's surrounded by stone and geotextile. And the purpose of that pipe is to have the capacity to take 1 inch of rainfall off the new impervious surface, the new sidewalk. Now, it's at the top, it's up higher up on Shimoni. So the thought was not to be worried about literally getting every drop of rainwater off the sidewalk, but to take rainwater, and now we're going to take it from a different location, the street, and infiltrate that. So no, I did not feel that anybody was shortchanged. I think we did the right thing. We're showing a structural BMP and showing other folks that it can be done when you do these projects, because we're going to do that. That pipe is proposed to be in the street.
The sidewalk that's no longer free, this estimate, does it include any of the repair to the properties for damage or any of the tree work, the cuts and fills that Jim and you referred to earlier, or is that incremental to this price?
Restoration is part of this project, so they are required to restore the ground when they're done. Again, the design engineer did his work such that all of this takes place within the right-of-way. Now, that doesn't mean we don't have to restore things, but all the work takes place in the right-of-way, and that restoration will occur. As far as damage to tree roots, if I'm reading you correctly on that, root pruning is a part of this project. Additional measures were not part of the bid project.
Estimate of how much those additional measures might cost?
I don't have that.
Okay to guess?
I wouldn't be comfortable guessing.
Okay, fair enough. All right.
Yeah, I have a couple. First, is there a contingency to protect against the future death of the trees that are on the portion of this adjacent to the train station? My concern would be that if those trees died 5 years from now or 10 years from now from this construction, the homeowner would have what I think would be a $25,000 replacement bill to the township.
At this point, based on the contract that was bid, there is no contingency for what you just mentioned, Commissioner.
Okay, well, I mean, I think that has to be put in. If the township is taking responsibility for the sidewalks, I think they have to protect against the future death of these trees and pushing that burden onto the homeowner. So I'll say that for me, I don't think the portion of this between the train station and Shimoni it satisfies cost-benefit analysis.
You mean between the train station and St. David's Avenue?
Yes, that's what I meant. Sorry about that. Thank you. I just think there's too much happening there to justify the sidewalk there. I am satisfied with the portion with what we're call Section 2. And also, if we do Section 2 without Section 1, then we do this at no additional cost to the township. Is that correct also, for all intents and purposes?
The Section 2 cost, construction cost, is within the $80,000 from each.
So for all intents and purposes, there's no additional cost. And when this was presented to Planning Commission, and as I understand it, to this Board of Commissioners, each time it was presented as a at-no-cost item. And now there's a cost of about $80,000 to it, or $70,000. So for me, the break point is to approve award Section 2, not award Section 1. And if we award Section 1, we have to include language in which we take responsibility for the trees for probably something like a 10 to 15-year period.
Do you mean the cost of just taking them down?
Well, that would be, I mean more than the cost of that, because the replacement cost.
If they're dead, you don't have to replace.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I mean, I'd be delighted if we changed that, but right now that's not the case.
You know, if you have a hazardous tree that's dead and you remove it because you have to, there is no replacement obligation.
I don't believe that's accurate.
That is the way it's
That's in our shade tree order. That's in the new ordinance.
I don't believe that's in the ordinance.
It's in the ordinance.
Well, that's how we apply it. That's how it's written, and that's how it's applied.
I don't know. To me, there's great uncertainty. There's people that have said that they have trees that are hazardous.
Well, if they're not really hazardous, and if our arborist deems them not hazardous, they have to be replaced.
Even if that's true, that reduces his replacement cost from probably $30,000 to somewhere around $5,000.
Just taking the tree down.
There's still a significant cost that we're putting on that homeowner because of a project that we're doing.
But just for removal of the dead tree.
I would want to relieve them of the responsibility for the removal and the replacement.
That assumes your reading of the ordinance is correct, and I don't think it is.
If my reading is incorrect, then there's no reason for you to object to putting that into this motion, correct?
Commissioner Curley, perhaps on previous projects, I have guaranteed, as part of the project, there was a 5-year guarantee on the tree. And with that 5-year guarantee, the township provided fertilization. If limbs were dying, not doing well, we came in, we took care of it. At the end of that 5-year period, the tree was evaluated by an independent arborist, and if it was found to be in good shape and proper shape, the two parties were done, and the homeowner then took responsibility for that tree. Would something like that be amenable to you for the contract?
Yes, something like that is amenable. Whether it's 5 years or 10 years is really a detail that is beyond my knowledge. I'm surprised that 5 years is a sufficient window for that. But I'll rely on you to identify the appropriate time period.
Madam President, if I may, unless the rest of the commissioners, I'll speak after the rest of the commissioners speak.
I have a couple comments, but I just had a couple questions about neighbor involvement. We've heard, all of the commissioners have heard that there are 3 or 4 neighbors, and we all heard from them today via email, who have some concerns about this. And I want to clarify, their participation. So I was, over the weekend when this showed on the agenda, I spent a little time with my very thick file from the last 4 years on this. And I found a letter that went out to all the neighbors inviting them to a meeting this past January to go over the plans. And it included a copy of the plans. And I'm wondering, that was in January of, the end of January, January 13th, 2013. I'm wondering if did that meeting happen, that the neighbors were all invited to go over these plans and they all received a copy of the plans?
Yes, I hosted that meeting for the township.
All right, so all of the neighbors who are affected have, from 9 months to 10 months ago, have had a copy of the plans that we're talking about tonight.
There's minimal substantive changes from what you have before you now.
Okay.
And those plans.
Okay. Now, let's say we passed this tonight in some way, shape, or form. What involvement would the neighbors have once we've approved these bids?
Well, I think what we could do is, there is this window of time when we are waiting to issue that notice to proceed while we're getting the bonds. And then there's a subsequent window when I'm waiting for the material specifications to come in for approval, that I could sit down either in the field or at the township building or walk each person's property with them to get a little more specific, to share them what will occur. And there's only a couple of properties that really show removal of anything, and it's what's being removed falls below the threshold of shade tree.
Okay.
So what we could do is talk about what the replacement plans would be and items like that. I think we have time to do that, and I could give a comfort level to everyone. One of the items at that meeting that we had, which I had told the residents at the time, is I will stake out that 40-foot right-of-way so that at all times they'll be able to see that the contractor is within their bounds, which is that 40-foot right-of-way. We're not asking for construction easements or anything of that type.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. I also wanted to just mention that in my reviewing the file from the last many years, I went through the traffic study again, and it struck me when they did the pedestrian counts years ago, there was an average of 60 pedestrians walking on that path every day, and with a high of 70. And I know personally, every time I drive down that road, there is always a stroller, a runner, a student, a commuter in the road, not on the street, not on the yards, in the road. And I couldn't feel more strongly about how dangerous that is, and how, people go fast on that street, and it's a curvy road. And that volume of pedestrian traffic is just asking for trouble. So I feel very strongly that this is completely appropriate and imperative for us to get this sidewalk in. And that was just underscored when I reviewed the traffic counts from years ago. So that's it for my comments. Do we have any others?
Yeah, I just want to quick. I agree with your comments. I've been watching this kind of evolve for, it seems like 5 years now. Just want to point out two things. Tonight we voted on the award of a contract for the tree planting, the big tree program. And what I would recommend is that we set aside some trees in that program for this site, because this is a township project at this point, and we have the ability to plant and replant these trees. So that's one item. The second item is that later, just after this discussion, we'll be discussing Resolution 2013-126, and this is formally requesting colleges and universities for a pilot program. And this is a good example of where Eastern could, as part of a pilot program, potentially offer to pay.
Excuse me. We're going to take public comment after we have staff comment. So we do commissioner comment, then we do staff comment, then we do public comment. Okay, thank you.
We've got a little ways to go. So in essence, the funding, the concern about the gap in funding here, I'm hoping that Eastern will see this an opportunity for their first pilot payment, and that is helping to pay for this sidewalk. So, and any additional costs that we're seeing here, they should consider covering. The sidewalk certainly benefits their university as well as the neighborhood. And I do want to emphasize that the police staff traffic committee did a very extensive study of this site, more so than any other site I've seen. We had a full presentation, and it clearly showed pedestrians in the cartway, in the street, versus vehicles. And it's a very dark, blind turn in that area that puts pedestrians at higher risk. So I think it is a good idea to go ahead with this. I'm going to support this tonight.
Steve, how many incidents have we had there with pedestrians and cars?
Commissioner Higgins, I apologize. I wouldn't be able to answer that. That would be something for our police department.
Okay, the answer is 0.
Well,
the only incident that occurred was further up the road where the bridge is.
Okay, I'd like to rebut a couple of things, if I may. I don't think it makes any sense at all to do half of this project. I don't think it makes any sense to have students and others be safe out of the cartway from the intersection of Shimoni and St. David's Avenue to the easement entrance of Eastern University, and not be safe from the intersection of Shimoni and St. David's to the St. David's train station. In fact, I've had constituents in the 2nd and 1st Ward talk to me about real danger under the railroad trestle when cars leave Lancaster Avenue and come up under the trestle and up the hill. It's dark, and pedestrians are at risk along the property that runs from the station up to St. David's Avenue. The funding issue, I think, is not, I'm not sure that our typical resolutions have words that say pursuant to obtaining funding. I don't think this project is, first of all, I think we have Eastern University committed to at least $80,000, and based on my reading of the agreement that was last sent to them, which they never signed, there may not be any cap to their responsibility. I'm not sure we're ready to do that, to ask them to take unlimited responsibility, but at least we have 80,000. And correct me if I'm wrong, Bill and Bob, in our capital project or capital fund, we have additional funds that are available for this project. Am I right? We have money in the capital program.
If that's a question, give me a minute to look it up, because I don't have it committed to memory.
All right. So that's my point. Most important of all, you have to do both sections to make this have any sense at all. Thank you.
Okay, are we finished with commissioner comment? Mr. Zinkowski, did you have some comment?
Yes, I know early when I started in 2010, the discussion came up, and I know in meeting with a lot of the residents in the area, as well as when Steve hosted his meeting here, a lot of the residents were not in favor of the sidewalk, given the impact to a lot of the trees within the particular area. Looking at this, reviewing the information, riding through the area, I'm going to take the opposite side, not in favor of this. I think the sidewalk that's currently exists on the west side of Shimoni Road could be rehabilitated. I know there's some issues with the sidewalk there that could be rehabilitated. But also, too, is in the time I've been here, I've had numerous residents from throughout the community asking for sidewalks where there are none. So again, I'm always concerned about precedent of putting a sidewalk in here into an area where this could open the door to other areas of the township, because there's always issues and concerns with safety, residents being in the street, walking all the time. So that would be the concern I have, and just my position doesn't change. I think the only improvement, what we should look at, is improving the sidewalk on the west side of Shimoni Road, because if residents were concerned with their safety, there is a sidewalk that is there. And if they choose not to do that, even by having a sidewalk, you're not going to force people to get onto a sidewalk.
Bob, that west sidewalk is substandard. Steve Norsini and I looked at that, at least 2 visits. It would take extensive rework. You'd have to tear the whole thing out and rebuild it. And we're going to be right back where we were with residents that abut that west sidewalk today. They're going to be up in arms about doing anything. Secondly, you're going to require, PennDOT would not put a crosswalk from the east side of Shimoni to that substandard west sidewalk. There's no stop sign there. They don't put crosswalks in the middle of streets. So we'd have that problem. And then thirdly, assuming you could get a crosswalk and you could spend all the money it would take to rehabilitate that sidewalk, you'd then have the pedestrians cross at the lower end of Shimoni, walk up to the intersection of St. David's, and then cross back over, which in order to meet the sidewalk on the other end. So I know you've mentioned that position before, and I respectfully disagree. I don't think it's a good way to go.
Do we have any other Staff comment.
I do want to just make a motion that we include a responsibility for the trees in section 1 for a minimum of 5 years. And it can be the responsibility that you identified simply.
But if you make that, I think it needs to be the whole thing. I do believe there's a heritage tree on one of the other properties.
Very good. Yes. So we have to take, so the motion would be that we take 5-year responsibility, minimum of 5-year responsibility for the care and custody of the trees.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and take public comment before we vote on anything.
Madam President, if I could,
I'm
to
sorry,
follow
we
up
have
on
a
the
little
question.
more
No,
staff.
just while the gentleman's making his way up, just in the proposed budget for 14, we did include the 124.4 for sidewalk replacement. So it sounds like there's a matter of timing, but the cash is in the fund, and there was dollars included for 14 for sidewalks.
In the 2014.
And the 14, which doesn't make it impossible to get done this year. The
Okay.
cash is there, but
And it's for $124,000.
it's the exact amount of the apparent low bidder.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. David Randolph, and I live in Kevin's district. That is at 235 Shimoni Road. One of the properties that will be affected by the proposed sidewalk, that is a cement sidewalk. We have a metasequoia in front of our home. It's approximately 70 feet. It predates anyone else in this room, any living thing in this room. And John, with all respect, I appreciate the offer of a tree in replacement for the one that we have, but I don't really feel that you have a tree to offer that would be equal. We also have a sidewalk, and I don't believe that the township can build a sidewalk which is equal to the one that we have. Our sidewalk is, first of all, paid for by us. It's made of crushed granite. It's poured in front of the property from the fence to the edge of the road, which is marked off with fieldstone. And it's used in all seasons, except when there's snow. It's used by pedestrians and also used by grounds maintenance crews who otherwise would park on a rather narrow road. The grounds maintenance crews visit our home, the home next to us, the home on the other side of us, and during fair weather, they're parked there all the time, frequently. If not, the people across the street also have ground maintenance. Their crew, Ochia, I believe is the name of their company, park on our property as well. I call it our property, but of course the township does have rights to it. What we have is better than what could be put in, primarily because it's a permeable surface. We have had flooding problems on our property to the extent that we readjusted our driveway just this summer. And we would have flooding if there was a cement surface there. There are storm drains, and I don't know whether the bid which was put in addressed them. That is to say, our neighbors have a storm drain. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention. If an exception could be made for the property, which is my good neighbor over there, who never was particularly fond of this idea either, Mr. Smith, if an exception could be made for his property, then I feel that an exception could also be made for ours, in that there's already something there. Pedestrians do indeed walk on it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hey, Steve, while this lady's coming, I got a question for you, Steve, because it was just pointed out to me, and I didn't pick this up. How did you determine that a landscape company relative to a concrete construction and masonry and concrete company is a qualified bidder? I mean, I don't do this, so I'd be, when I looked at the title, it's like, okay, yeah, now I get the question.
Honestly, so there's many companies that may go under the moniker of a landscape company. Mayfield Gardens does heavy construction. That's just a title. They may be a landscape company, but going through our sealed bid coordinator, their references did check out, their past projects did check out. So many of these firms, I wouldn't let the term landscaping confuse you or make you wonder. I had a company that had landscaping after their name at a previous job that laid literally miles and miles of sanitary sewer in the course of a year.
Just like, how do you check out their prior projects?
When Melissa Kahn bids these on Penn Bid, she has an entire packet of their references along with other things. And upon receipt of these bids, I did ask her to make those calls, and the references were favorable for this group.
Hello.
Madam President, I'm Joyce Randolph. I live at the same place as the previous speaker. I wanted to correct the impression that I believe some of the commissioners have concerning the traffic study that was done. It was indeed a very thorough traffic study. We had a 2-hour presentation with the police department, but by the end of the presentation, through questioning, we all determined that the traffic study was not done along those particular 2 sections of Chamonix Road that are being considered tonight. That traffic study was done at a different part of Chamonix Road, so all the data were not relevant. I also want to add that the residents, the property owners on Chamonix Road are also concerned with pedestrian safety. Indeed, many of us walk back and forth to the train station all the time. There is a way to do it without being on the cartway, including going over and walking on that western part where there is a sidewalk. However, as the township manager has noted, most people still walk on the cartway, even though one could walk on the stones in front of our property off the cartway, one can walk on the grass at the next property off the cartway, one can walk on the sidewalk on the western side of the street off the cartway, but people mostly do not do that. And indeed, I've noticed as I drive around Wayne that most people are walking on the cartway, even where there are sidewalks, in front of some commissioners' homes, for instance.
Is there any other public comment?
Hello, Jim Schneller. I live within a quarter mile, and I traverse the place almost daily. And I won't repeat prior information because I have opposed this from the start. I'd like to mention there's a new neighbor, brand new neighbor in the last house at the corner of the sidewalk with Eastern, who hasn't been consulted to my knowledge. Second of all, I've been asking for the duration for some kind of pervious surface, and I think the brick paving would be great. I have to question the use of a large project format in this particular location. It's the most sensitive location I've ever seen for sidewalk development in Radnor, and it's just not worthy of some kind of digging project. You know, if you put in a storm sewer, you're going to disturb roots of 20 trees or more because you have to include the ones across the street. There are trees right on the street or within 10 feet of the cartway across the street that are 50 feet and up. Lastly, I think maybe it would be nice to renegotiate with Eastern College, because there is a place that is truly dangerous, and where I see joggers endangered, truly endangered often, is coming down Chamonix around the bridge towards Fenimore Park. There is a bridge across our creek there. If you get pinched on that bridge, you have a problem. That is a 10 times more dangerous location. Couldn't you look at something else besides this? And also, ultimately, could you just make it a brick pavement or something attractive to the neighborhood without a buffer strip? Once again, the big project format is going to give you a buffer strip, and you're going to lose a lot more than appearance, AKA property values.
Jim, I don't know which family you're referring to, but we didn't consult.
But some properties have just recently sold there.
Yeah, well, I have an email here from this morning from a brand new resident, Catherine Kabursi, and her husband Ziad, and they are at 231 Chamonix Road, which would put them about 2 doors from Mr. and Mrs. Randolph. They are wholeheartedly in favor of this project, and I can read the emailed to you, but it's a young couple with a 3-year-old child. Mrs. Cabersi is expecting a
Pardon me, I just thought
second-
maybe there wasn't a full disclosure. I didn't know about the email.
Okay. In any event, there's support for the project, right, from somebody that who's owns property that will have the sidewalk placed on it.
Diane?
Hi, Diane Edbrill again. I first became aware of this issue 5 years ago when I ran for the office of Commissioner of the Second Ward for the first time. And if anything, it seems like there is more contention now about this sidewalk. I want to say to the people of the Second Ward that I understand their opposition to the sidewalk. My grandmother lived on a corner lot in a neighborhood with sidewalks, and it was difficult for her at a certain point in her life to maintain it, and it was a worry, and it was a big responsibility. And so, and she was not faced with the prospect of losing trees and other landscaping that she had come to, sort of view as a part of her homestead. And so I really do get where the residents of Chamonix and St. David's Road are coming from. It appears that this is going to happen tonight, regardless of the opposition that has been consistently voiced. And I just want to say two things. Number one, I would like to say thank you to Don Curley, I think, for your very thoughtful suggestions about looking after the trees in the wake of the construction that's going to happen. I think that it's important to recognize their intangible value to the homeowners, and I support your request. I think it's a great and creative one. And also thank you to Mr. Norsini for expressing a willingness to really communicate effectively with the neighbors about what's going to happen and try to listen to them in addition to the meetings that have happened to this point. And I just want to urge staff and the commissioners to bear in mind going forward that this is something difficult, that you are going to be I think forcing down the throats of the people who are going to be most affected by it. There are a lot of countervailing reasons, and I understand that that's where the vote is coming from today, but I just want to urge you moving forward to continue to be respectful and thoughtful and try to ameliorate to the best you can the negative impacts that your decision will have on the residents of the Second Ward in whose front yards this sidewalk will be put. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Sloan Walker. I live on Chamonix Road. I won't have the sidewalk in front of my house, but I would like to lend support to this project. As a parent and as a person who drives that road frequently, I can assure you that it is very frequently used by pedestrians, and it is curvy, as it's been noted. Sometimes the sun is in your eyes as you're driving. I hope that the board will move forward on this project before there's something really serious that happens there. So thank you.
Any other public comment?
Rich Foker, Belrose Lane. I think that Mr. Kevin Higgins made a good point that there's no funding for this project. This project was supposed to be at the cost of the university that was participating. Obviously, that's no longer the cost, no longer the case. The price has basically doubled, and we don't have any kind of a rational explanation for it other
To be
than...
clear, there was never an estimate done. It was just a number picked, the 80 was picked out of the air.
We have $80,000, and we have the additional money in our budget. What do you mean there's no funding for it?
There isn't a specific appropriation, as I understand it to be. But nonetheless, it was going to be a project that was paid for and now no longer is going to be paid for. So, especially when a project is more than double or more than 20 or 30% of what the original estimate, albeit not estimated, the original allocation should be reviewed, and you should have knowledge of why, if it's going to cost that much, that it does. What I would say regarding the project specifically is that actually the west side of Shimoni would be a shorter run to connect up with the pedestrian walkway to Eastern, and it would connect with the existing sidewalk on the left-hand side, which would be a better alternative, and you wouldn't require your crossover that you referred to. Also, I would like to correct what I believe to be a misstatement as well. I often, nearly every day, go by that area. I do not agree that there is any danger to any pedestrians, and I don't see that there is any particular inherent difficulties with that corner or substandard nature of it and that roadway there. We don't have what I feel is an issue that necessitates this construction. We should not, and Elaine mentioned again today that this was some kind of an imperative. We shouldn't have imperatives with other people's money. And if you want to put in the sidewalk, keep it to the original agreement. I think that a project that is double what the original cost is should not be taken care of. The neighbors, I assure you, do not want this sidewalk. They're not in favor of it. They don't want the damage to their property. They don't want the damage, and they don't want the responsibility. And notwithstanding the one email that we heard of from Mr. Jim Higgins, finally, Mr. Zinkowski is correct. And I'd like to point out that I agree that the existing sidewalk that's there should be utilized, and that we don't need to replace this. We don't need to put in a new sidewalk. This is obviously something that is not favored. It's double the budget, and it shouldn't be undertaken by the Board of Commissioners, especially in light of what we understand now to be a flawed study. If we're going to do a study with respect to pedestrians, where I understand tonight that it was not accurate in the location where the study was undertaken. You disagree, Mr. Higgins?
Well, you're drawing a conclusion from the statement of one person that came before us.
I am drawing that conclusion.
The study is in the records. It was done properly. It was done in the location that the police said it was done, where 60 people were judged to be using that section that we're talking about.
Well, my understanding of it, that's not correct, and I trust the person who made that statement, and the veracity is unquestionable. So we'll verify it. But nonetheless, I would request that we not approve this. If it's going to be funded by others and it's going to be free, then you should make provision for that prior to enacting this. And again, the neighbors don't want it, and we shouldn't have it. If you're going to do it, put it on the other side of Shimoni. It's actually shorter and cheaper and can utilize the existing sidewalk. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Is there any other public comment?
I'm kind of reminded of the scene in Jaws when Quint gets up and he says, "You all know me." Well, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Jack Smith. I live at the corner of Shimoni Road and St. David's Avenue. And it's a shame that this has become so contentious, but I think that we understand perhaps why. Let me just show this picture. Where do you put a picture so people can see it? Right there? Is that right side up? Can we zoom in on that? That adds a little physicality to what we're talking about here. And I'm wondering is now when we ask the questions of Mr. Norsini, or when do we do that?
Getting to your specific property, I think we've heard this evening that you'll have an opportunity to meet with Mr. Norsini in the upcoming week or so after the bid is awarded, if it passes tonight.
Is the bid going to be awarded?
If it passes tonight.
Okay, so then after the bid's awarded, then I get to make my case.
that you'll have an opportunity to discuss with him the plans on your property.
You can make your case right now.
Thanks, Bill. This area here needs a retaining wall. Is that included in the bid? We don't know. And the reason it needs a retaining wall is because there's a lot of elevation between my grade and the street. And if you put a sidewalk there, you'll not only impact, to use Mr. Norsini's term, impact all those beautiful shade trees, that wonderful viewscape up Shimoni Road, but you'll also create this problem and make it worse. This is a 1/2 inch rainfall. And you can see that same area from another direction. So since there's no stormwater management in this area in this bid, I think I have a right to ask, let's step back and look at this project again, because it really impacts what is one of the major problems in our township. How do we control the water? And if we impact the trees or kill the roots or take them down, it's not going to make this better. And if we put thousands of feet of impervious surface right here, it's not going to make it better, it's going to make it worse. So I urge you not to award a bid now until we get a chance to go through each one of these areas. Because, Ms. Schaefer, in January, they were preliminary drawings, and they have changed. And Mr. Norsini came here after we had another discussion, and there were 2 points in that. He said after we met with the people, 2 issues rose up. They don't really know the specifics, and we still don't today. And he said he recommends that you get a bid for the other side of the street, which you didn't do. So we're left with the first one. We don't know what the impact is to our property. Mr. Curley's suggestion is superb. It really is. Because when you look at this area, you see that putting a sidewalk there is obviously going to may infect that entire area going up Shimoni Road. And for years, we've heard people come up here and say, please preserve the shade trees. Go to the Shade Tree Commission. Don't take the heritage trees down. This project will do just the opposite. Has the Shade Tree Commission sent a letter of recommendation or approval for this project? If I want to do something on my property, I have to go to the Shade Tree Commission and get their approval. Have you done that?
I'd like to address a couple of items that you brought up, Mr. Smith, to be perfectly honest, if I may. At our meeting, I did not say that the western side was the area that the sidewalk should be installed.
I didn't say you said that.
I said it could be evaluated. Also, there was a change on this plan. The design engineer went out. There is no retaining wall required at the end of your property in the SEPTA train station any longer. It would be done through grading, still staying within the 40-foot right-of-way of the street. And as far as the shade tree, I did not go to shade tree. I had our certified arborist come out and give us suggestions as what could be done. If this is approved tonight and this is done on the section that is essentially your property, I would incorporate the changes he required as well as some other items that we just previously discussed under Commissioner Curley's.
Steve, did the arborist give an indication of the likelihood of saving the trees, a probability? Is it a remote probability? Is it likely that the trees will die?
He didn't, actually, you folks, there was a report way back I gave to you. He didn't get into probability that, he noted that there would be impact, and he noted ways to try to mitigate that impact. And I think there's additional ways. And going on what we spoke of earlier, Commissioner Curley, what I would suggest is if the project does move forward, when I meet with each homeowner, we specifically talk about what trees or what shrubs are impacted by this project and what would be within that 5-year period specifically.
There was a point in this process. This has not been a very good process. The genesis of it was a vote at a meeting when our ward commissioner was not in the room. That this poorly worded, vague our solicitor's term, vague resolution was inserted into a document where Eastern was trying to seek approval for a building 1.25 miles away. And there was a resolution that didn't have dates or budgets or timelines or anything really specific. And that was the genesis of this. And there's really been kind of a lot of momentum on that, which is not very attractive to the public open process. Mrs. Randolph got up and pointed out something very interesting. The township put together a 2-hour presentation for us under the direction of President Mahoney, a 105-page document in support of the Chamonix sidewalk. And there were 2 highlights in that. One was a pedestrian study, which is different than a traffic study, and the second was a traffic study. The pedestrian study did count 60 or 70 people walking up the street. And this was one of the main reasons why they need this sidewalk, according to the police testimony. And I said, well, did you note how many people walked on the existing sidewalk? Well, no. So they did a pedestrian study, but they didn't know how many people already used the sidewalk that's there, paid for, and really actually is in good condition. I went out and measured each and every step of the way, and there's no trip hazards greater than a ½ inch. That's a pretty good sidewalk. People use it all the time. But the pedestrian study didn't even note who does and who doesn't. Really not valid data. And then, as was pointed out here to support her testimony, Mr. Mahoney asked Chief Ruddy to get up and say, why do we need a sidewalk? And he said it's because of the traffic study. And they went on this PowerPoint presentation about the traffic study. And Kevin, you were there. And I said, where was the traffic study done? Well, it's in the report, it's all there, the data's there, cars and more questions. And I raised my hand again, I said, where was the traffic study done? They said, well, it's in the report, you can read it, you know, it's the reason for the sidewalk, safety issues. And I raised my hand again and I said, could I know tonight, before we leave this public meeting, downstairs with 50 people and engineers in the township and police people and commissioners, could I know where that traffic study was done? And Chief Ruddy got up and he left the room. And he came back 10 minutes later and he went over and had a little sidebar conference with the president of the commissioners. And they admitted that the traffic study did not belong in the pedestrian or traffic sidewalk presentation. This process has really been bad. We've been misled. The township spent township money, hours and hundreds of hours of time with police studies, diagrams, to try to convince us that we should say this is okay. And the information they gave us was misleading and inaccurate and didn't belong in there. And a pedestrian study is different than a traffic study. And I know you might be feeling a little out of sorts. You know, you may not like what I'm saying. But sometimes the emperor has to say, I'm naked. Maybe you people are a little naked. Maybe the prior administration was a little naked. This is where the consternation comes from. The process has been really flawed. I've caught a commissioner on my property taking pictures of my tree, and I said, what are you doing? And he said, it's dead. I'm going to show the pictures to the commissioner so we don't have to pay to take it down. And the next day, I had Shriners at my house with a licensed Pennsylvania arborist who told me the trees are alive, they're healthy, and if you put in a sidewalk, they won't be. Is this the kind of open, free government you want for a public works project? Or, as Mr. Zenkowski says, a private public works project? Is this respectful of Eastern's money? I don't think so. At least I don't think so. There's lawyers up here, there's engineers up here. When the process is flawed, the result is bad. When attorneys sit here and say, well, it's good enough for me, even though it wasn't honest or true, is that the way we want to conduct ourselves? We're talking about several $100,000, some of it from Eastern, some of it from public taxpayer money, even though for years we've heard this will be free to the township. This was the presentation. This was This was what was said. No taxpayer money involved, and it gets momentum, and it keeps on rolling along. And yet here tonight, we've heard, well, we'll just use taxpayer money to pay for it. Well, that's not what we've heard for the last few years. So what's the truth? What is the truth? It kind of makes me sick to my stomach a little bit. It's not a sidewalk. This is just momentum all of its own. You know, I think there's some real serious physical issues with what you plan, particularly on my property. They're my trees. They're on my property. You can't touch them. But what you do may hurt them. And I don't have a plan here that's in front of me that says what you're going to do if they are impacted. Although I hear part of a plan, and I'm very encouraged by that. I really am. Spike Lee said it in a movie. Don't you sit here and think maybe you should do the right thing? What is the right thing? Push back maybe and say, this process was flawed from the genesis. Let's push back and say, why don't we reintroduce this resolution above board so that the citizens of this township and all these wards can look at this and say, I'm proud of this sidewalk. We did it the right way. But if you vote to pass it tonight, you're encouraging a commissioner come into your ward behind your back without your knowledge and introduce some project and vote on it when you aren't in the room. Would you like that to happen to Androsson Farm project? Would you like that to happen to some other project? Jim, you wouldn't do that, would you? Kevin, would you do that to somebody? Would you want it done to you? Oh, it was. No representation. It's in the Constitution. We had no representation in the room from the very beginning. Spike Lee, do the right thing. Push back. Say, you know what? As attorneys, as public officials, maybe we should just postpone it for 3 months or 6 months. It won't make any difference. You'll get it done if you want to get it done. Thanks for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other public comment?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's George Beatty. I live on Shimoni Road, right across the street from this proposed sidewalk. And I hope and pray that the vote tonight will ensure that neither Mr. Booker nor Mr. Smith nor any of us will ever know the name of the child whose life was saved by putting in this sidewalk. Now, 7 years ago, in 2006, Eastern College proposed to provide a lot of funding to put a sidewalk in there because many, many, many of their students walk out of that trail along Shimoni Road to the train station on the east side of Shimoni Road. Eastern College is on that side of the road. The students come out on that side of the road. The train station is on the same side of the road. So I really don't understand why anyone would suggest to build a sidewalk to require people to cross the street twice to get to the train. That simply makes no sense whatsoever. The police department of Radnor Township sat there at the meeting and announced that they did studies on this, and they said for safety reasons, for public safety reasons, this sidewalk needs to go in because the traffic on Shimoni Road is very fast. The number of pedestrians are many, many. College students, elderly people, people with baby strollers that could not push a stroller along a gravel area. You need a sidewalk. So the fact that there are 23,000, or more than that actually, walking along that part of Shimoni Road every year, more than that, because I live there, I see it, is a clear public safety issue. And to suggest that we should make a sidewalk that instead of having 23,000 people walk along it, we should have 46,000 crossings of a road where cars go fast, according to the police department. It strains reason to suggest why we would ever do it that way. Also, and I respectfully disagree with whoever the gentleman was that said he measured that sidewalk on the other side of Shimoni. It's only the part from the station to St. David's Avenue, and it is a mess. I didn't think anybody would come here and say it's in great shape, or I would have taken some pictures, because when I come from the train, I always have to walk in the street, because I would never walk on that sidewalk. It's dangerous. So I also want to point out the fact that I got an email as well from my brand new neighbors. We have new neighbors on that side of Shimoni Road. And let me say that we have great neighbors on that street. My neighbors are wonderful people. I understand that it's a burden to them to have a sidewalk there that they'll be responsible to clear. That's the reason. We're weighing public safety versus private interest. And the fact that it took 7 years to get this thing to a vote is a testament to the obstructionism of these neighbors. As nice as they may be, they have been very, very effective in blocking this project for 7 years. Thank God we have not had a terrible accident. Every Halloween, my heart's in my mouth, seeing hundreds of little kids along the road with flashlights and their parents as cars zoom by. It's an accident waiting to happen, and I pray it doesn't happen before we can get this done. And I've been here many times before, and every single time people come in and they want to delay it. Tonight, we've heard it again. Let's delay it a little bit longer, a little bit longer. Let's not delay it a little bit longer. Let's make this road safe. Put the sidewalks in. My new neighbors wrote an email. I'd like to have it in the record of the proceedings. It says, it's my neighbor across the street, could not be here tonight because they're out of town. My wife and I have recently moved to the neighborhood, 231 Shimoni Road, with our 3-year-old child and one on the way. We have learned of a vote coming up this evening to award the bid to construct the sidewalk between the Eastern University entranceway on Shimoni Road and the St. David's train station to Pools Landscape Company, pursuant to funding confirmation. We cannot express the extent of our support to this project. We have only lived here for a short while, and as one of the few houses that would be impacted by this sidewalk, we feel strongly that this initiative be passed and implemented at the earliest. Understanding this initiative has been in discussion since 2006, and recognizing the process associated with studies, design work, budgeting, bidding, and executing, we strongly encourage this project move forward without delay, as we see many students walking on the streets in front of our house, and each day we see cars speeding from the stop sign around the corner, heading toward Eastern University, and likewise in the opposite direction. The need for a sidewalk is paramount to ensure we are protecting these children and pedestrians from harm and providing them with safe passage to and from the St. David's train station. As a father, husband, and as a property owner directly impacted by this sidewalk, the thought of having a safe alternative to walking on the street to get to and from the train station, which my 7-month pregnant wife is currently doing, gives me peace of mind knowing that my wife, child, students, or pedestrians are not on the actual road while speeding cars are on the road or coming around the blind corner. Thank you for allowing us a voice, and hopefully this note carries some weight on your decision, considering there are only a few houses impacted, and I believe ours is one with a material amount of property directly impacted. So that's a sign by Zayed and Katie Kuberski, who are my neighbors across the street. Their house, part of their frontage, will take this sidewalk on. They're one of the people the sidewalk will be on their property. So I would ask the commissioners to think hard about this. It's 7 years this has been going on. It's ridiculous, delay after delay after delay. And I want you to think how you're going to feel, God forbid, if this doesn't pass and some horrible tragedy occurs, and we play this video and somebody's saying, I have a tree, my tree has to be protected. Well, you know, I understand that. I have some very nice trees on my property as well, but this has been 7 years. There are lives at stake, literally, according to the Radnor Police Department. It's time to vote yes and get this done. Thank you very much.
I have a question for you, George.
Sure.
Are you in favor of the sidewalk down by the bridge?
The sidewalk by the bridge, the sidewalk down...
No, are you in favor of installing a sidewalk down by the bridge?
The railroad bridge?
No, where Shimoni narrows by Fenimore Woods.
That's a separate issue entirely.
Are you in favor of installing a sidewalk down there?
I'm generally in favor of putting sidewalks in our neighborhood because I think it's conducive to a community feel. It's a good thing, but Kevin, that's not what's on the agenda tonight.
I understand it, but I just want to understand your position, because that is the most dangerous part of that road. I drive that road every single day to work and home, and it is where that bridge narrows. That is the single most dangerous part of the road. I
think if that's a dangerous part of the road, as a commissioner, it's incumbent upon you to bring that up and get that through too. But what we have right now in front of us tonight is Eastern College.
So you're evading my question here. You're evading answer.
Okay, we need to go ahead and wrap this up, George. Yes. Thank you so much for your comments. Is there any other new public comment? We're not going to take repeat comments right now, Mr. Smith. I'm very sorry. We're not going to take any more comments.
I forgot my water. That's okay.
Okay. Any other new comments?
Is any more or less dangerous than anywhere else?
I'm going to go ahead and call the vote.
Think about that.
First, we have in front of us an amendment, which was Don Curley's amendment, Would you like care to restate it so we are
Just
sure
that
about what
the
we're...
township would take responsibilities for trees along the sidewalk for a 5-year period, maintaining the trees, assessing the health of the tree at the end of the 5-year period, and if it's determined that the trees are unhealthy and need to be taken down, that the township would take the trees down at its own cost.
Okay. Do we have a second for that?
I second it.
Okay. All those in favor?
Don, can I ask you, earlier you said you were not in favor of both sections. Does this motion apply then?
Yes, the motion applies to both sections.
So you're in favor of both sections?
No, I'm in favor of applying this motion to both sections.
But you're opposed then
Right, so if,
to doing the sidewalk from the station to St. David's Avenue? Are you opposed to that?
I'm not sure yet. I'll cast my vote when the time
right,
comes.
let's just do this first, and then
Yeah.
we'll move to that vote.
Why do you ask?
It doesn't- it's not dependent.
I'm not sure if this, where we're going to end up on the ultimate motion. That's why. I don't know.
Well, we'll find that out in about 2 minutes, about 30 seconds. Okay, so the amendment, all those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 And those opposed?
Nay.
So we're 5-1, Don Curley's amendment for the caretaking of the trees after a 5-year period. Now, on the original motion, up and through a 5-year period. The original motion, which was from Jim Higgins, and who seconded that?
Second?
And that was for the,
That
as
was for
drafted.
the project sections 1 and 2 for $124,400.
Which is the resolution as drafted in our packets.
That's correct.
Okay. All those in favor say aye,
Aye.
and those opposed?
Nay.
So that passes 4-2. All right, we are finished with this item.
Next item is an award of a traffic signal modernization at Eagle Road and Radnor Street Road. This is Resolution 2013-122, and I understand this is a project that's been something that our Public Works and Engineering Department has looked for a long time. We've had accidents at that intersection whereby trucks have damaged the existing traffic signal. So I think Mr. Norsini is very much optimistic about having this resolution passed.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. That is correct. This signal has been damaged several times, and as part of this project, which was designed by Amy Kaminsky, our traffic engineer, and I think she did a fine job of also some engineering economy, we have 2 signals now that have both been hit by trucks, and the proposed signal will eliminate one of the traffic signal mast arms, and there will just be one large mast arm that crosses the street. That will also be based further back from the street, which will hopefully deter any trucks from coming that far onto the property. And this was bid again through Penn Bid, the e-bidding site. We received 6 bidders, and all these folks are known in the industry. Armour & Sons Electric at $84,465 was the lowest qualified bid. Again, they are well known in the industry, as are the rest of these folks, but we did call on them, and they were considered valid bidders. So if this is approved by the Board of Commissioners, a purchase order will be processed for the project, very similar to the last project. Armour & Sons will have to get their bonds in. Upon receipt of their bonds, they get the notice to proceed. Following that, they do their material submissions, and then construction will start. We were informed at the pre-bid meeting that due to this new mast arm, which will take the place of 2, being that it's 55 feet long to span the intersection, will take about 12 plus weeks to obtain. So we will have the contractor do everything they can up to installing the pole and mast arm. As soon as that's in, that will be done, which will mean this will most likely carry into 2014.
All right, I will move passage of Resolution 2013-122, awarding a contract to Armour & Sons Electric Incorporated in the amount of $84,465.
Second.
And I will note, I know we've talked about this in the past, that even though these are both state roads, this traffic signal belongs to PennDOT, or actually it controls an intersection that belongs to PennDOT. We at Township have to pay for it. It really ought to be a state budget responsibility.
Is there any commissioner comment on this motion? Any further staff comment? Any public comment? All right, I'll call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 6-0.
The next item is an award of, is Resolution 2013-123, award of modifications to the Radnor Township Municipal Building, Contract B13-010. I will move the passage of this resolution.
Second.
And open it up to discussion.
Quick question. Do we have a budgetary estimate for the rent per year?
No, we don't have, no, we really don't, not right now. I'm not even sure, to be honest, where those negotiations are at or who those potential tenants could be. The opportunity exists, however, once we vacate the second floor.
So you started answering one of my questions, Bill. Are we in negotiations with a prospective tenant that we're not
Yeah, I'm
doing
not
this on a
sure.
speculative basis?
Yeah, they're informal. There's nothing formal going on.
So we might spend $70,000 and not have anybody up there.
Well, outside of our current tenant,
Outside
that's
of
already
right,
there.
excuse me,
Yeah.
sorry about that.
Yeah, there's the potential for that.
So how do we delay spending the money until it makes sense to? I mean, why spend? I mean, if at the end of the day you don't have somebody coming in there, why spend the 70 grand?
And similar, my question is, or if we can't generate enough revenue to justify 70 grand.
Yeah, I think the need for the project goes beyond just the opportunity to find a tenant to take the space. I think operationally, we're looking to move the entire administrative office onto one floor. There's a couple aspects of that I know I'm in favor of. One being we're going to consolidate where all the cashiering takes place, because right now there's cashiering taking place at multiple windows. We're going to make that all centralized. So there's also operational efficiencies in that we're not spread out all over the building. Lights can be turned off longer. You don't have to run the HVAC as often on the second floor. Those kind of opportunities there as well.
Have you done any kind of cost-benefit analysis then based on that description?
I have not.
So it's, again, speculative.
Well, the cost benefit on turning the air conditioning off is speculative. The cost benefit in the internal controls and making the cashiering centralized is not.
You need to spend $70,000 to achieve that objective.
Technically, no, but I think at the direction of the manager and the fact that this building was built for an administrative office or staff to grow, and we have done the opposite. It just seems, well, there's obviously a significant waste of space on the second floor. We've got the information from the Cresser report that indicates that the space is valuable. The speed from finding a potential tenant to them moving in increases dramatically if we're not there.
How long does this project take? If you had these guys in tomorrow, how long would it take them to?
Well, according to the bid, they need to be done with construction by the end of November, and we would be moved by mid-December.
So basically 2 months.
Yeah, that's
what
the bid requirements were, yes.
Okay. But we don't know, because I don't know if Bob's out there or what, but we don't know if we're spending this money for no reason to a large degree. I mean, I'm not opposed to it at the right time.
Right.
But what I'm concerned about is spending $70,000 and then we're sitting here 2 years from now and there's nobody upstairs and we spent $70,000.
Well, I guess, yeah, that potential exists. The funding being used for the project is money we've already borrowed. So we've already spent it, so to speak. when the library returned it back to us.
So Bill,
You weren't in the room when I said cash was fungible earlier tonight. Cash is fungible, so.
but Bill, this is coming out of capital funding.
It's coming out of capital. It's coming out of the proceeds from the bonds that were borrowed for the library that they returned back. If you recall our discussions during the refunding, based on the internal or the IRS and the tax exempt status of the bonds, the shared use percentage of those bonds, they recommended that we use them and then use general proceeds to do any library improvements. So those funds that were specifically allocated to the library became available for this improvement. And so that's why we decided to proceed with it now.
All right, well, I'm going to support this in the context that since you and the new administration has come in here, we have found a way to utilize the building more efficiently. And quite frankly, this building cost $15,670,000 to build, and $70,000 to build out a suite that would allow us to capitalize and monetize the second floor makes a lot of sense to me. Now, to Kevin's point, if we don't have a tenant, maybe we should delay. But at the same time, I do own commercial real estate that if you build it, they'll come. And you're better off to have the space ready. And we'll find a tenant. This is Class A space. You're not going to find a better building on the main line than this building right here.
I just have a couple questions. The money is just for retrofitting or modifying the second floor, or is it also, will there be some modifications down here for people moving down?
Actually, the project is all for improvements on this floor and then downstairs. There's no money being invested for the second floor.
But the second floor is where a tenant would move in.
Yes.
So it's just emptying out the second floor would make it more attractive to someone moving in.
Right,
That's
and
the idea.
the costs associated with this project are there's a couple walls and doors going up, and most of it's electrical and HVAC.
So it's just modifying the space that we'll be using.
Yes.
So there's no concern with retrofitting and then having a tenant not want that particular configuration.
Yeah, that's correct. None of these funds are going to do any improvements on the second floor.
Well, that makes a lot more sense. Because we'll find someone to rent it out to. However, are we limited to nonprofits because of its PLU? I mean, could we have it?
And the tax implications of using tax-exempt bonds for the space that they would occupy. So yes, we are limited.
So we would have to find a nonprofit or government or some sort of public organization to rent up there.
Yeah, some sort of qualifying group, yes.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments?
The group that's up there right now is what, 3 people?
I think their staff fluctuates based on events and things that they have going on, but for the most part, it's 3.
So we would need a sizable tenant up there to take up all that space.
It is a sizable space, yes.
And should you award this, is there a way of delaying the execution?
I believe we have up to 45 days to award the contract. So conceivably, this bid could sit for 45 days.
Again, it's speculation that we'll have somebody to lease that space upstairs.
For that amount of time, I would not recommend it if it was months and the bid would hold. But after, it's either 45 or 60 days, and after that period, the board would have to either award or deny the bid.
Bob, how close are we to getting a tenant for upstairs?
I've had conversations with a firm, possibility nonprofit, to be able to come in here because we have to be cognizant that we can't have a for-profit business come in here because it may change the tax benefit of this. But with the space that would be open, and again, we only utilize 33% of this building. This would give us an opportunity now to go ahead and market the space once it's open.
But couldn't you market the space with the plan to vacate the space? You are him. My concern is you're spending this money to basically make the downstairs useful or to vacate the upstairs, and we wind up with no tenant, and we wasted $70,000. I understand it's a bit of efficiency here, but at the end of the day, if we don't have somebody renting that space, we've wasted this money.
I guess that would be a matter of opinion. I think by us consolidating down here, it makes a more efficient use of staff. Again, as our staff continues to shrink, we are not growing. Again, the efficiencies of operations are much better with this. But again, it also gives us an opportunity to, it's not where, I think if we had the opportunity to rent this to private business, we'd have this leased in no time. But it's a little more challenging trying to find a nonprofit to come in here as well.
Okay, any other commissioner comment? Any other staff comment? Any public comment? I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Kevin, you're opposed? So they vote. So it passes 5-1 with Kevin Higgins opposing.
All right,
Next.
the next item is Resolution 2013-124, the award of a contract for the establishment of a master plan for Clem Macron Park, and this is in Ward 7, which is John Fisher's domain. John, do you want to talk about this?
Did you make a motion on that?
I move its introduction and passage.
Okay, I'll second that. Just maybe a little comment from staff on this one. But you want to go first, Bob? Or?
If we could, this is one item that I know since I started here, Commissioner Fisher had spoken to me about. I know a number of the residents have spoken to me about as well. This begins the process here of master planning the park. One is the movement of the restroom building. That has been a problem for a long time with vandalism. But also, this would incorporate a plan that would look at the playground equipment, the potential of a shelter, resurfacing of some of the courts and that, but also be able to set a plan up here where parking, fencing, a lot of that to greatly enhance and improve this particular area, which I do believe, in speaking with a lot of the residents and you, Commissioner, it's been long overdue. We've budgeted in this year's budget $50,000, so it falls under that number. But it's something that I know from staff we're excited about beginning the process here, which would then engage neighbors, Parks Board, and other, yourself and other interested parties to be involved in this planning process.
So I see Phil R. is here. He's the chair of the Garrett Hill Implementation Committee. I'd like Phil to come up just to speak, and Patty, who is the chair of the Garrett Hill Coalition. Thank you. I'm forgetting the acronyms. And Sarah Pilling is also here. So we would like, well, first of all, I'd like them just to come up. Maybe Phil, you'd like to just come up and speak to the current implementation committee's role in kind of steering projects for Garrett Hill and how this would help that. And a little background here. 3 years ago, and Sarah was very much part of this, was it 3 or 4 years ago, we painted the bathrooms. Okay, Sarah and I got on my paint suit, and 5 years ago, because the budget for capital went away. And I voluntarily agreed and pulled Clem Macron Park off the budget. And that same year, we agreed, we voluntarily got up there and we repainted this bathroom structure, the entire insides, both ladies' room, men's room, and it hadn't been painted in a long time. We were going through staff issues, we were going through economy issues, a lot of reasons why this had to get done. But we're talking about a structure that is very old, cinder block, it's cracked, it's failing, the roof is rotten. This is a very highly utilized park. There are daily games at this park. There are families that go to that park every night. There are at least 20 or 30 children playing at the playground. On the weekends, it's even more. There are about 350 children who live in that community, my community, our community, that use that park. There are tennis courts. There's a ball field. There's a playground area. But one thing we know is that the orientation of the park is very old, tired, and it's not necessarily safe. So this master planning would help. So Phil, with that, just want to fill us in on what your committee's been up to and activity.
Thanks, John. I concur with everything you said. To start with, my name is Phil R. I'm speaking tonight. I'm at Meredith Avenue in Garrett Hill, but I speak tonight as acting chair of the Garrett Hill Implementation Committee. And as a committee that spent a lot of time and consideration for our parks and for the gateways as part of the things that we looked at in our master plan for Garrett Hill, I do first want to thank Bob Z and the township staff, Steve Norsini, and you folks of the Board of Commissioners for moving ahead with these important projects for our community. John mentions I work with the committee, and the question is, how important are they? They may look like just a few window dressings for the park, but let me point out to you that I'm going to read as part of the 19-month-long master planning process and several visioning workshops that our many neighbor residents participated in, we identified 7 major priorities for improvement in Garrett Hill. And I'm going to read from the Garrett Hill Master Plan, which was approved and adopted July 21st, 2008. And of the 7 that were identified, the top 3 by a strong margin were this. The first is park improvements, both parks. Second is gateways, both sides, east and west. And lastly was the SEPTA rock slope beautification and stormwater management. So with this stroke right here, and a commitment to see these projects through to the end, Bob, you really hit the nail on the head, and this nail's been sticking up for a long time. So thank you for moving that ahead and forward. Secondly, though, I want to remind you and the staff of the wealth of documents and studies, guidelines that are already created and usable to help in planning for this park and other improvements. These mirror the stated goals that you've already identified in your plan there, Bob, and they also added more in their perspective and include, as I mentioned, the Garrett Hill Master Plan, which should be referenced. The time we spent on identifying zoning for a Garrett Hill open space and changed our Garrett Hill zoning for that portion of it. Also, I'll call your attention to a study that was done in 2011 by Eastern University on environmental assessment of Clemmercombe Park, and this has some valuable information that the contractors and the architects should find useful too. Also, I'll add to that, there's some information that have been done on the stream bank buffering and the rain garden projects that were developed in conjunction with the Wren grant from the League of Women Voters. Lastly, though, I know that the contract talks about phases in the planning process that provide for stakeholder involvement in establishing goals and analysis of needs. And I hope that you intend to make these substantial people investments in the projects. To that end, and learning from our past experience, I want to assure you that Garrett Hillians of all backgrounds and levels of expertise stand ready, able, and willing to help with and be part of the planning and implementation of the park and community improvements. Now, these stakeholders include the GHIC members, active representatives of the community, knowledgeable of the neighborhood issues, concerns, and park and gateway opportunities, the July 4th Parade Committee and their members, drawing on 65 years of experience in planning and running these successful neighborhood parades and event activities, the Garrett Hill Coalition and the Garrett Hill Community Enhancement Trust members, who already have spent hundreds of hours of time and expertise to protect and improve environmental and conservation projects within the park, many of which are already with the township's help. Of course, the youth sports teams members who depend on this park, as John mentioned, and other parks for league play and activities. And the neighbors, those who border the park, who are directly affected by any changes that will be made, and those within our community who use it for recreation and enjoyment. And of course, these are all in addition to the Parks and Rec Department staff who utilize the park for recreation and events that benefit the entire township, and the Public Works staff who work hard to maintain it. Now, we've waited a long time, as John mentioned, but let's start to work to improve our parks and gateways. And we want to thank you first for moving forward on these important projects for the community. They will make a difference. Secondly, let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's use and build on the thoughtful planning that has been laid down beforehand. And lastly, let's remember the lessons of the Garrett Hill planning process, and that is be transparent and involve the public. Don't shortchange the input and planning stages for either project. If anything, consider enlarging them. Because you want Garrett Hill neighbors' input and you need their buy-in. And they stand ready and expect to offer both. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Did you have more comments?
I wanted to know if Patty, you want to come up and just say a few words?
Well, Patty, just before she speaks, Madam President, the architect in our firm is here tonight, Martin Kimmel, sitting there. So it's great that he's hearing all of this. So it's a good opportunity to be able to hear all this.
I'm Patty Barker. I live on 920 Lewis Lane, and I am the chair of the Garrett Hill Coalition. I want to say thank you to Radnor Township staff, specifically Steve and Bob, for putting both Clem McCrone Park and the Conestoga Spillway on the board's agenda. These two items were soundly endorsed and prioritized by the Garrett Hill stakeholders during the Garrett Hill zoning district process. During that 2.5-year process, which resulted in the passage of the Garrett Hill zoning ordinances in 2009, the status of the parks was the #1 priority and concern of our community. It means a lot to Garrett Hill that Clem McCrone Park and the Conestoga Spillway will finally receive attention. The community has long believed they deserve that attention. Clem McCrone Park is unique as a Radnor Township park, as it is the site for perhaps the largest and longest-standing township community gathering, the Garrett Hill Rosemont 4th of July Parade. As Phil stated, 2014 will mark the 65th year for this parade. I'm proud to say that the 4th of July Parade is older than I am. Hard to believe. In reading the proposed contracts, it appears that there will be ample opportunity for stakeholder input, and I laud the township and the Kimmel Bogret firm for that goal. That's the focus of my remarks this evening. Garrett Hillians are very particular about what goes on in our neighborhood. As you know, community members stepped up during the GHZD process and proved our ability to work well with township staff, a professional planner, and the public in an open, transparent manner to establish common ground. If the Clem McCrone Master Plan and the Conestoga Road Spillway and Township Gateway Plan are not perceived as an open, transparent process, you're opening yourselves up to community interference and opposition. The Garrett Hill Implementation Committee members were elected from within the community at large and appointed by the commissioners to help steer the GHCD process and to write the Garrett Hill Master Plan. I would respectfully request that the board extend the GHIC for another year so that their expertise and wealth of information about Garrett Hill might be utilized by township staff and the architects. Item number 5 in Resolution 2010-11 states in part, the GHIC's mission shall be to review relevant proposed legislation and special projects within the Garrett Hill zoning district requested by the board for consistency with the Garrett Hill Master Plan. Additional stakeholder suggestions, I would agree with with all of what Phil stated. Members of the 4th of July Parade Committee, Garrett Hill Coalition members, Bryn Rose Civic Association members, the Garrett Hill Community Enhancement Trust members, immediate park and spillway neighbors, sports teams who use McCrone, and any interested Garrett Hillians. Additionally, Park and Rec and Public Works. Additionally, please consider the rain garden, the wetlands, and the heritage trees that are all integral parts of Clem McCrone Park. Garrett Hill has been a faithful steward of the park, and we ask that our knowledge and love of this township gem be utilized. The Conestoga Spillway is not only an entrance to Radnor Township, it is also a gateway to Garrett Hill, the easternmost Radnor community. Beautifying that area is a primary goal of the Garrett Hill Master Plan. I respectfully request that the Kimmel Bogret architects and staff read the Garrett Hill Master Plan and incorporate the tenets therein into their plans for the park and the spillway. Thank you again for moving these Garrett Hill Master Plan goals closer to fruition. Garrett Hillians have historically been treated as second-class citizens in this township. Thank you for treating us as first-class residents and putting our much-loved park and the spillway on the agenda. Please make use of the interested, involved community members from Garrett Hill in this process. I ask you again to please consider extending the term of the GHIC by 1 year. Just as in 2009, Garrett Hillians are willing to give their time and service in devotion to these projects because we love Garrett Hill. Don't let us down. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Patty.
All right, that's it. I fully support this motion. We'll still have public comment. I just wanted to have the two groups come up. This is a long time coming. I mentioned before that we actually took matters into our own hands and painted the bathroom. While other wards were getting new restrooms and facilities, we were painting our own bathrooms. So I think it's a testament to Garrett Hill, but it's also a testament to patience. And I think it's time. It's time to do some work down there. It's time to improve a park that has around 7,000 to 8,000 visitors on the 4th of July every year, and a community-led event that just draws people from all throughout the township. It's not just about that neighborhood, it's about the whole township. So I support this, and with that, other commissioner comment.
Is there any other commissioner comment about this? Any other staff comment? Any other public comment?
Eugene Huff, 115 Cumberland Place, also a member of Bateman Gallagher American Legion Post. 4 years ago, I was asked when we were addressing the World War I monument in Wayne what to do with the condition of the War Memorial in Garrett Hill. And I was asked by some of the local residents to go up there and see if we could do some sprucing, cleaning, and waxing on the plaque, which I did. I approached the gentleman who owned the beer establishment, and I said, do you know any World War II veterans in the area? And he got on the phone and had a gentleman meet me there who served in the South Pacific as a CB, and in cleaning and waxing the plaque, one of his comments was, you know, this monument doesn't get the attention it deserves. One, there's not a light on the flag or the pole. Two, trash collects along the side of the street there, and he said maybe in the future the monument might be moved into a better position in the park. In respect to Garrett Hill and the residents in the township, if that is a possibility of consideration in the master plan to try to put a better light on the monument itself in terms of position, but certainly recognition, that would be much appreciated by veterans and certainly constituents to be able to stop and see this monument accordingly. I just wanted to bring this to your attention. Thank you.
Great, and I think you have some key participants in the room hearing that, so I'm sure that will be in the mix of the discussion of how to move forward.
Excuse me, I just want to mention.
Can you come up to the mic if you haven't finished your comment?
I was sitting at the chair and I dropped my wedding ring and I haven't been able to find it. So if folks in leaving here this evening find a silver wedding ring, it's mine, and you could drop it at the American Legion Post.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you.
You better not go home.
Fine, don't go home without it.
All right, is there any other public comment? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes 6-0.
The next item is Resolution, thank you, 2013-125, the award of a contract for a plan for the Conestoga Road Spillway and Township Gateway. And Mr. Fisher, again, this is in your realm.
I'll try to keep this short. I've never gone out to the spillway and tried to dig it myself, but this has been going on since the beginning of time. So we have a spillway, we have all the water runoff from the top of Garrett Hill coming down the spillway. At one time, it used to cause large amounts of debris to get into Conestoga Road, and it would block, you know, the 13,000 cars that travel Conestoga Road on a daily basis. This spillway is an opportunity to take care of non-point water pollution. It's an opportunity to slow down the flow of water into the creeks and streams below. And it's also an opportunity to beautify the gateway into the township. Again, 13,000 cars travel past this point every day, and what they see now is a weed fest. It's the ugliest piece of land that I can think of in the township. So I applaud Bob and administration for getting this to us. This has been looked at many times, but we do not have a master plan for the spillway. And we do have grant money from Greg Vitale's office. So with that, I want to have just Bob, if you want to comment on this briefly. Any additional things I didn't say, you can go ahead, and then maybe from the public.
One, Commissioner, I just want to commend you. You've been on this all the time and on us to get to this point, so we appreciate all your work. One thing I would like to ask is SEPTA and PICO have done a nice job of damaging that area, to say the least. What I would like to have is the board to authorize me to send a letter to both of them asking that they participate and they help fund in the restoration, because they have damaged a lot of this area, especially with the pole replacement and what they had to do with the washout with the tracks, both SEPTA and PICO. If the board would be okay with that. Steve, if you want to add anything else to this?
No, just on Commissioner Fisher's note, this is the seed money for this is a DCED grant, and we have extended it to its final extension. So it needs to be done now. And it's, instead of just looking at the spillway, everybody's looking down the hill now. So it's the whole property. And instead of doing this piecemeal, we're going to try to do it under one plan, hopefully, that you would award tonight. And I think it'll be, it's the first step in what could be a very good project for the township.
I just have a simple question, and my recollection may be a little bit vague here. Do we have the ability to implement this plan if we design it? Or are we relying on SEPTA, PICO, or somebody else to grant us authorization?
I can speak to that a little bit too.
Good,
so
John.
they were very happy to hear that we were interested in helping them improve their land. So they did give us, for instance, when we did a survey of the land, they gave us a permit to access the land. In formal talks with them, they very much were excited to hear that we would be interested in using some of our funding to help improve their land. So to answer your question, yes, they would be very happy for us to do some work on their land.
But they'll let us do it provided we pay for it, which is okay.
Well, but I would be very happy if they come to the table. If we have a formal plan, there's a very good chance that they will, in fact, help fund it.
Which is fine. I just wanted to make sure we were funding something that could be done.
And PICO does have a Greenways grant program that they were doing every year up until the recession. I think it started again. There's a chance that they would be able to throw a lot of money into this because that is a PICO easement, and SEPTA as well having some access to grant money.
And Kevin, there'll be license agreement that'd be recorded, and I believe, I know just speaking with Johnny, hasn't looked at this for a few years, but I believe we have an agreement with them to do it. I agree with what John is saying. Once you have a formal plan and costs, it's a lot easier to sell that to PICO and SEPTA without them just to say, well, we want to do something. So I think this is the first step.
It's a little bit easier that it's, I don't want to trivialize grant money because it is all our money anyway. We may pay the taxes to the state, but it isn't township money.
What's that quote you had all night about money? What do you say?
Money is fungible. Cash is fungible.
Fungible.
That's right, Bill.
Okay, is there any more commissioner comment or any commissioner questions? Any other staff comment about this project? Any public comment? We see many thumbs up in the audience. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0 with Commissioner Higgins out of the room. Bob, did you want a formal vote for your authorization to write that letter? Or?
If we do, that would be great if the board would authorize me to send a letter.
I'll move to authorize the township manager to write a letter to PICO and SEPTA alerting them to the damage issues and restoration issues at that site.
Second.
Any commissioner comment about that request? Any staff comment? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 6-0.
And I just wanted to follow up. Patty Barker had asked that we extend the GHIC. I'd like to do that as a resolution at a subsequent meeting. So maybe, Bob, could we get a resolution extending the GHIC for another year, maybe at the next meeting or the meeting after?
One more item in Public Works,
All right,
Jim.
the next item is a discussion item regarding our Shade Tree Commission and their recommendation to us to reduce the fee in lieu of regarding compensatory tree plantings. So I will point out simply that the current, when a party obtains permission from the Shade Tree Commission to remove a tree per our ordinance, which is 263-4, that's the commemorative Shade Tree Fund, the party must pay $500 per tree for the removal. And I think it might have been Commissioner Curley that when we enacted the new Shade Tree Ordinance earlier this year, or maybe a year ago, pointed out that the fees in the ordinance were rather high. So we have a recommendation in front of us now from the Shade Tree Commission to reduce that $500 per tree penalty to $250 per tree.
If I may just, it's not a penalty, it's a replanting fee. The thought being that when you voluntarily remove a tree, well, a heritage tree or a stand of more than 6 trees that are 6 inches in diameter. It's not just any old tree. You have to remove a substantial amount of trees or a very big old tree. And in that case, you have if you have a replanting requirement on your property. If you don't feel it's feasible to replant on your own property, then you can choose to make a payment in lieu of that planting, and that's what we're talking about. We did not have that defined in the statute, so the Shade Tree Commission had been using the escrow fee, which is $500. That's what they had been using, which I think all parties involved agreed that that was too high. Escrow involves a lot more than just replanting a tree. It involves monitoring. It involves removing a dead tree for when they fail. So that is not a good equivalent. I watched the meeting where this was discussed at Shade Tree. They talked about a lot about what the market value of a tree is and getting the tree in and bagging it and whatnot. And the 250 is the figure that they came up with, and I think they all agreed that that was a fair number. Having watched that discussion, I too agree that it's a fair number. And again, I want to point out that this is not. If someone does not want to pay this fee, then they just need to replant themselves. And if they can find, if their contractor or they themselves can replant the tree at a smaller price, they're free to do that. Finally, I also want to remind everyone that should there be an occasion where a landowner feels that they don't have the room for the replanting on their property, they don't feel that they can afford the fee in lieu of amount at $250 a tree, they are always welcome. Written in the ordinance is a direct appeal process to come right to this board and make their case. And that is without any lawyers, without any formal process, just come to this board and make their case. So, that I just wanted to give a little bit more background about what this fee is, and it's definitely not a penalty. It is a fee that furthers our goal as a township of keeping our tree cover healthy and abundant when there is tree removal.
I'm going to ask you to consider alternatives. First is I think there's a counter. There's something that could happen here that's counter to everyone's intent. So take a scenario where there's a 6-tree replant and we give the authority to pay $250 instead of $500. Essentially, we're putting that down to instead of a $3,000 obligation, it's a $1,500 obligation. The reality is if the cost of replanting is more than the cost of paying the fee in lieu, people will not replant. They will pay the fee. So essentially what you're doing is you're increasing the likelihood that somebody will not replant on their property, will pay the township, and then the township will replant. So one way to get around that is the same spirit. If you just reduce the number of replantings you end up with the same trees, the same number of trees, but the people who are affected have greater capability to plant those trees on their own property. So I don't think that, I think this is going to have it's counter to the intent that you want. What's going to happen is this is going to penalize people who would otherwise want to replant, because it's twice as much to replant as it is to pay the township. So, I was uncomfortable with the fee being large, and now we have a large fee that is more inclined to go to the township as opposed to staying on the property. So that's an alternative I ask you to consider. I also think we have to give consideration to a site that's fully planted. So those of us that live in small wards or wards with small properties have a large number of sites that are fully planted. And so when you take a large tree down there, you can't replant that caliper per caliper. It's not healthy for the site. And so what you're essentially, for those people, you're making those people pay a fee to the township. So I would view it as a penalty at that point, not a fee. So I think we need guidance. I'm glad that Shade Tree is showing some discretion, and I think we need to give them guidance and maybe even require it. So I think we need to come up with a list of things, one of which would be the site fully planted. The second would be trees that are planted within the previous time period, say 5 to 10 years, should count toward your replanting. The logic there is that those of us that are managing our sites appropriately aren't waiting for a tree to die and then replacing it caliper per caliper. We've got several generations of trees going on at the same time. Those people are penalized by this ordinance, because even if you replant, when your large tree falls, you have to pay the full replanting costs, and you might not have room to replant that. And then the third item is just instead of reducing the fee, reducing the number of trees in the replanting. My opinion is that that's a better way to get to the same end that all of us want than the current form that we have.
I just want to clarify, I just heard the statement, when your large tree falls, you have to replant. Our replanting requirements are for voluntary removal of trees. If you have a tree come down because it's unhealthy or hazardous, or if you have a tree that our arborist deems hazardous and needs to come down, you do not have a replanting requirement. It is for trees that our residents voluntarily choose to remove. That is what the whole program is designed for. I'm sorry, I didn't follow your reasoning as to why a tree, why homeowners would be incentivized to pay the fee.
Very well. So you take a heritage tree. We have a caliper per caliper replanting. So consequently, if you take down 30-inch caliper tree, you have to replant 30 calipers, or 30-inch diameters. So you're going to do that. You're not going to do that with $125 trees. Our ordinance doesn't allow that. So consequently, the cost of a 3-inch tree, 10 3-inch trees, is more than $250.
Well, that $250 was for a 2.5 caliper tree.
I don't believe that's accurate. I don't believe that you can get a 2.5 caliper tree for $250. I mean, you go to the retail places, and you get the little 1-inch trees for $165.
Well, I mean, with all due respect, our Shade Tree Commission
okay. I think our Shade Tree Commission has made a mistake then. I think that they've underpriced this, and it's going to have an intent that most of us don't want.
In fact, our arborist, who does this for a living, I think his input was that he wanted it to be $187. It was $187 is what he thought the replacement value for a tree was. So they had a long discussion, and the rest of the board convinced him, and they ended up at $250. So I think that is probably a higher price, and the discussion that night reflected the opinion that is probably a slightly higher price than it would cost an average landowner to have his contractor put in, 6 trees or whatnot. But anyway, we can agree. You can decide to disagree with the Shade Tree Commission on that.
Question, Don. To your point, for a site that's in your terms, like fully planted, smaller parcels that may not accept more trees in a healthy way, is there another way to achieve the goal? Like, do we want to have some lot standards of how many trees or tree canopy size, or, maybe there is a way, because I have the same issue in Garrett Hill and parts of the 7th Ward where the parcels can be small.
Yeah.
And they cannot accept more trees.
In my opinion, the way is to reduce the replanting requirement. I mean, essentially, in wards or properties like you're talking about, you take down a mature tree, it's unhealthy to put in multiple shade trees. That tree has to be given room to grow into that canopy. So I think the fundamental mistake of this ordinance to me is we have taken an ordinance that makes sense for development, and we're trying to apply it on 1/7 of an acre lot. And we're using the same logic that we apply to developers for residential property owners who live in tiny properties. And that's the change we have to address. So other than what I outlined, I mean, I think we'd have to go back and have a separate tier of ordinances that apply different standards to different property sizes.
But we still have an issue. There was a report I read that was given about the township's canopy. And apparently in the last, say, 15 years, 20 years, I'll say, the township has lost 30% of its canopy. And just in the 7th Ward, I have watched trees get cut down on weekends, on Saturdays and Sundays, and they get their stumps ground. Monday morning, the codes official goes out to the site, and all they see is dirt. There was never even a tree there. There's no evidence. So for me, and many of these trees are very healthy. They're beautiful trees. They should be cut down. We do need a way to reduce the likelihood of losing canopy. I agree that there may be some hardship on the small parcel in terms of replanting, but maybe that's the punitive piece of it, where you're saying, look, you can cut down, if you cut down that large shade tree and you cannot replant 10 trees, then we're going to replant 9 trees somewhere else. And,
So that's what we're doing, it's just we're charging too much money for that. That's the burden.
That's the punitive piece, and
Yeah.
we have to decide how much of a sin tax we want to have on this.
So there is a penalty component to it, as you see it, and as I see it.
There
too.
is,
Yeah.
and that's what the government does. Government, when they want to stop a behavior, they make it more expensive to do it. So, the fact is, this township has lost 30% of its tree canopy.
And do you
we'll
recall
lose
the
another
reference for that,
30%.
John?
Sorry?
Do you recall the reference for that?
I don't.
Yeah,
I
well,
will
it was
find
John Sheehan's public statement, and he had a citation.
Yeah, there was a citation, and I found it, and it was
I would just be careful to look at the source. And
I
know
will
the
look at the source,
before
but
you start,
with satellite imagery, it's very easy to do today. So, and they have historical satellite images that show the loss of tree canopies.
Okay, so it's almost 11, and we are not voting on this tonight. This is just a discussion to give guidance to Steve to put together. Now, is this going to be an ordinance, or are we going to have this in our fee schedule?
That's also part of the discussion. is
Right.
If we should amend, it should be part of the fee schedule, but it should be part of we should amend the ordinance to show this.
To say, check the fee schedule.
Right, because that's where,
Right.
that's where the Shade Tree Commission is going at each and every meeting. So I think, and that's where all our residents go on. So I think
So
it should
is there a consensus that they should come to us with language to address the issue of the site fully planted and the previous plantings?
No, I think we addressed both of those issues when we were discussing the original ordinance, and I don't think there was a majority for that before. If you want to take a vote at this point, we
I don't need a
certainly
vote, just a
could.
sense of whether anybody wants to do anything differently.
Well,
I haven't
personally, I
changed
think
my
something
mind.
needs to be done differently, but I suspect there's not a strong
think
enough sentiment.
for the site that can't fit any more trees, if they can't afford and don't want to plant elsewhere, they can always come to this board. There's always that option.
but they don't have rules.
The incentive of this, the purpose of this is to incentivize them not to take down those 6 trees voluntarily.
Is there any sentiment to change the replanting ratios, or are we just going to change the fee?
I would like to get more information. I don't have enough to say yes or no to your points. I'd like to hear more or get something in writing from you.
All right, well, why don't you and I talk outside of the meeting, and we'll...
Okay. Does it have to be tonight?
So for now, I mean, I think we should go ahead and the 250, and if these fellows come up with something that's palatable, that's not revisiting what we've already hashed out, we'll discuss it.
Now, even though my agenda looks like it's complete, I actually have 5 more items that I didn't
Okay,
put
well,
on in time.
you know what you can do with those five items. Okay, personnel and administration. John Fisher.
Thank you. I'm going to move Resolution 2013-126. This is formally requesting all colleges and universities located in Radnor Township which receive public services from Radnor Township to voluntarily contribute on an annual basis towards the cost of public services, and I believe I can call this a pilot, payment in lieu of taxes. So I've moved it. Does anybody want to second this? And then we'll have Bob.
You want to second it?
Bob, you want to put a
I'll
little
second
icing
it.
on this cake?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Mr. Zinkowski?
Sure. This is an item that we first started to work on back in 2011 about a lot of the issues and questions raised about the services that the township provides to the 3 universities in which they do not contribute any tax dollars towards. The analysis, when we look at from the police department side, the analysis was done, but it does not include the costs for the random patrol in the area, checks of the campus and surrounding areas, or include responses to off-campus incidents involving victims or perpetrators. So when you look at the costs here of what each university, of what the costs are, it does not include those. So you can see these are significant costs to the township in regards to each of these institutions here. And again, the subsidizing of this is being done by the residents and businesses of Radnor who pay real estate taxes. When you also look at from the fire side, from the Radnor Fire Company, you can see the number of calls for services that they respond to at the different colleges as well. The fire response statistics, and from Bryn Mawr Fire with their statistics. And what's interesting here is, again, you look at Lower Merion taxpayers, which are actually helping to subsidize this as well. So this is, again, a big concern of the townships here. We reached out to the schools looking for a response, which we have not received as of this date, or looking for additional information, which we have provided. We will provide to them this information. You look at Public Works, again, the number of streets that we maintain in the areas, from street lights as well, the traffic signals, the inlets, the maintenance, ice and snow removal, again, as well, which, again, we as residents and businesses help to subsidize these. So that's a huge concern on behalf of the township as well. And then what I'm going to do is ask Bill to kind of step through what we looked at here and what the proposal was.
So we're taking a look at what dollar amount to request. We decided to keep it as simple as possible and just ask the universities to pay the same rate that the taxpayers are paying toward the township. So we just took their assessed value as provided by the county and applied the township's millage rate to come up with a total amount, and then put it under 2 different payment plan options. So the first option would just allow them to ramp up to 100%, basically doing a third, then 2/3, and then a full 100% over 3 years. And the dates on this report, yeah, they're over a year old, because this has been a conversation that's been going on for quite some time. And then option 2 would be if they wanted to make a 10-year lump sum gross payment, we would discount the full 10-year amount due by 25% if they're willing to give one lump sum payment. So we just put that option together as well. So again, in trying to come up with the amount, our goal was to try to keep it as simple as possible, and in the interest of fairness, just apply the same rate that everyone else is paying for the same services.
And what we've added to is one of the other side points of this, which I think is important, is that the money that would be received from this, the board would then specifically put earmarks to it so that it would go back to Public Works, Police, and the 2 fire companies, where those dollars that would come in would actually go back to those operations that provide these services to them. So that's why it wouldn't be like this just goes to the general fund to be used anywhere. We'd ask the board to specifically set up that these revenues coming in would go back towards both fire companies, as well as police and Public Works.
Okay.
Bob,
Thanks, Bob.
Why do you need this, and what do you intend? Why can't you have the discussion in the absence of the resolution? That's what's perplexing. This seems to me more form over substance.
Well, I think this is formal because we've gotten the universities not to move off square one on this, and they are aware of this. Now it's to formalize this and put this in front of them for a decision one way or the other, how they're going to respond. Given light that also there's some conversations that have come about regarding Villanova and the creation of a police department on the campus as well, I think to look at the time we spend as a police department responding to campus with a number of incidents, but again, that's a separate conversation for another day. But I think it's, I guess from my perspective, the patience is done, and now I think from a formal action to these universities now for a response.
But can't you do this in the absence? I mean, this resolution just seems to me to be, the word that comes to mind is somewhat silly because it's meaningless. And so I'm perplexed as to why we need to do that and why you just sit down and have the conversation with them and say, look, this is what we did. Waiving a resolution from the township commissioners in front of them, I don't see what that accomplishes. That's what's kind of confusing.
Can I just say, Kevin, this is the Board of Commissioners saying we want this. It's a political decision. Bob has the ability to speak with the university anytime, but when the commissioners say it, it does mean something different. We're also the ones that make decisions about other issues for them.
It's an exercise, in my opinion, in something that's meaningless because they're not obligated to listen.
Kevin, I'll just counter that with saying that your role as commissioners are not meaningless. I think it carries a lot of weight as commissioners. But I would think
sometimes it feels that way, Bob.
But I think it carries a lot of weight with the Board of Commissioners. Also, I think it's an opportunity for the public to be aware of what the concerns are, what the basis is of what we're looking for. And again, I think it's the appropriate time to daylight a lot of these issues here and the concerns, because this is something that we hear all the time from residents and their concerns. And I think this is now, it's important enough to where you look at financial resources, and instead of going always back to the taxpayers for real estate, it's time that those folks that are not contributing, it's time for them to step up. And I think it carries a lot of weight coming from the Board of Commissioners.
So in your opinion, the fact that we approve this and you go in with essentially a concrete proposal that says this is what we want, you think that helps you in your discussions with them?
Absolutely.
I just want to point out that in here, there's also an option 3 that talks about credits or offsets for actions that didn't come up. And I think that is an important thing to pursue. I think in the end, we're probably far more likely to get that type of barter value service money spent on our behalf more so than a cash payment. So I hope that we pursue that as just as hard as the cash payments. Oh, there we go, cash, option 3, there it is.
All right. Bob, could you take us back through the slides again? Those are really, I've never seen these numbers before. Okay, is that the police? That first one?
That's correct.
All right, so what you're telling us there is, give us the underpinnings for this.
This is just what our documented reports that we have that we respond to the campus. So when these are days when we are actually called and we provide service to the university. This does not include when we make patrols in and around the campus.
Yeah.
When we visit the campus, it does not include. These are only based on statistical data of our calls and responses to this.
It's amazing.
How did you generate the the number?
The police department actually put these numbers together, and
From
then
what,
they,
though? How do they come to $250,000?
their statistics put it together, and then they work based on the response from the officers' time, what their rolled-up costs are, and how that's calculated by the time of the report. And actually, I believe we're very short in the calculations here, because there are times where a detective may end up spending 9 hours on a particular item than when we look at singular hours. So I think this is very conservative based on this.
I'd like to point out that Valley Forge Military Academy and College is not on this list. And the reason they're not on this list is?
They already pay a pilot to the township.
And they have paid for a number of years, I understand.
That's correct.
Okay. My last question is, have you surveyed Philadelphia, Greater Philadelphia area has, I think, 30 colleges. Have you surveyed neighboring townships like Haverford Township, Lower Merion, Haverford College, Bryn Mawr College, Swarthmore? What's going on with any of them?
We have not looked at that. I know that in Philadelphia, there is a movement to look at more pilots with the universities, which I know that, to my understanding, a number of the presidents are getting together to fight these. So we will look in further of these, Commissioner, to look at some of the surrounding areas.
But at the same time, like, for instance, the University of Pennsylvania has done many things. Like, for instance, they created a charter school, and they paid for it entirely, over $1 million. And they look throughout the university district. Without those universities, those streets would not be freshly paved, new sidewalks. It's incredible the amount of
Penn
money.
has spent millions in West Philadelphia. Millions.
Which goes to my point that I think many situations in many different venues, the schools are more likely to make expenditures on your behalf that benefit them as well, because I'm sure those charter schools are filled with faculty staff. But it's an easier negotiation, and you get more if they're spending instead of just writing a check.
So I can think of two projects that they would be able to adopt in the Garrett Hill area that we talked about. But if you think about it, we have over 50 student rentals in Garrett Hill, over 50. And if you think about the impact of students in that neighborhood, what a better way for the university to reinvest in the township, but to take care of the park and the rock slope. So I look forward to those.
Okay. Is there any other commissioner comment on this item? Is there any other staff comment? Any public comment?
Hi, Jim Schneller. I wanted to say that you might be forgetting a certain variable, and that's the variable of street use. I know it's difficult to quantify. However, when I see Eastern getting an estimated 80 grand, donating 80 grand, and Cabrini donating 153 grand, it seems to me that Eastern is using a lot more of the infrastructure traffic-wise. That's not the reason for my comment, but that did bring it up in my mind, because an estimated use of the roadways is a way to bring equity to it. If you're just basing it on police calls, you're not leaving any room for just general wear and tear on the community. And what is greater wear and tear than traffic? And there's probably other variables there. I hope you consult with somebody who's versed in this. And also, if there's going to be a window for contribution to other projects, I wish it would be very narrow.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Bob, I have a question. Again, it's a little bit perplexing, but why did you phrase the resolution to lessen the burden on existing and future taxpayers as opposed to phrasing it to cover the costs of providing those services?
You can change the wording if you'd like. I just look at, for the rising costs for these operations, the only other option you have is to go back to the taxpayers.
I understand, but the logic here is more of we provide services to them essentially for free, and your goal is to get them to contribute to the cost of providing those services, not necessarily to relieve the burden. side effect of the change.
Sure.
But, okay.
If we wanted to change the language a little bit, I'm sure John will come up with something very quickly here.
Okay, any public comment?
Yeah, just briefly, Diane Edbrill. A few weeks ago, when there was discussion about the proposed CIDC, which Villanova has been pushing for in order to accomplish some development that it has on its agenda, one of the people who spoke very eloquently about what makes a good neighbor, and that when your neighbors are willing to do something for you, that's when you should be willing to do something for them, that it's a two-way street. And I hope that when this Board of Commissioners and subsequent boards of commissioners are considering the zoning changes and the ordinances that the colleges in our community would like us to pass to their benefit, that, they've created a record of being a good neighbor to us. And I think that this is a tremendous opportunity for them to start laying that groundwork so that we can reciprocate in kind. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other public comment?
Rich Booker. The thing about this resolution, first of all, if you ask for a payment, it's really not voluntary. But that aside, it's just a request. It's not a voluntary contribution. It's a request, and it's a structured request. And I don't disapprove of it. But what it should not be construed as is a payment with a obligation for quid pro quo. and I think that the former speaker here, it comes dangerously close. So if you pay this, you get to do your development. I think that should not be the case. That is not what the intent should be. And if that is what the intent is, then it should be thrown out and rethought. Thank you.
Any other public comment? All right, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 6-0.
No further report.
Finance and audit, Kevin?
The first item on the agenda is the disbursement, acceptance and approval of reports 2013-9C, 2013-9D, and 2013-10A, in a grand total of $833,589.29, which have been approved as part of our budget and reviewed and approved by the Finance Department. I'll make a motion to approve, and I just have one small question.
Second.
Bill, I have one question, and I'm sorry I didn't get this to you in advance, so I'm going to put you on the spot and see if you recall. The $6,500 for Valley Forge security cameras, what is that?
Those cameras were installed at Sopizio Gym.
Okay.
In response to some activity that was going on there. So that
was a very vague answer.
Well, there are security cameras that were installed at Sopizio Gym.
Other than some activity that was going on there.
That we wanted
leave it
to
at that, Kevin.
have
Let me just clear
surveillance.
it up. There was some vandalism, some break-ins, so now we can broadcast to everybody that we're going to catch you now.
Yeah.
If you want to catch it, come in again.
That's
because
fine.
We did not protect us.
I'd
So,
like it
yes.
to be more forthright.
Bill was eloquently, because we wanted to catch the people that were doing it.
At this point, we don't need to put the cameras in.
Right, so much for the element of surprise. Any other commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 6-0.
The next item on the agenda is Resolution 2013-127, authorization to engage Muni Services LLC for Act 511 discovery work. Bill, you want to give a quick rundown, and I have a question for you then.
Sure. Well, actually, if you don't mind, I'll tee it up, and then I'll let Mr. Tate run with it. He's done a really terrific job in working with CARFAC on seeing this from idea to now a proposal that's in front of us for consideration. This goes back 2 years when we first started working with CARFAC and did a complete review of the Act 511 process and where there might be holes and opportunities. And since that time and working with CARFAC, it was recommended as part of their review. We've talked about it in some of our meetings as an opportunity for the township to have additional resources to make sure that every business that's in the community is paying their fair share on their taxes. So that was the genesis behind the project, and I'll let Mr. Tate go into some of the more fine details of how this will work.
Thank you, Bill. Commissioners, the idea here is that for many years the township has had vigorous efforts in the administration, collection, and enforcement of the Act 511 taxes. Staff has enjoyed the support of very capable professionals in our Act 511 tax solicitor, as well as the CPA, who has with more than 20 years' experience in auditing taxpayers who are subject to the Act 511 taxes. While this helps round out our efforts in administering and collecting taxes from those taxpayers who we know about and who are registered with the township, we did, and with Carfax's tremendous support, we realized that there may be an opportunity that there could be a pool of taxpayers who we just simply do not know about, those who, whether knowingly or unknowingly, do not register and do not file a tax return. And so with this contract that we are seeking your approval on, we would engage with a firm with many years' experience in revenue enhancement work, revenue discovery, firm that's been doing this for many years, and would help us and help Radnor Township to kind of round out our entire Act 511 program and to create a solid, uniform administration of this tax. We're simply going for uniformity in collection and enforcement for all taxpayers.
So, Bob, I have a couple of questions. Does Carfax review the implementation plan?
Oh, they did, yes.
All right, so, because there's a pro and con with the contingency element of this. You know, pro is you don't pay unless they're successful. The con is you may generate sort of harassment on the part of businesses we want to understand. But if the Carfax group has vetted the implementation plan, I'm more comfortable with the fact that we won't cross that line of, you know, being diligent in pursuing these guys without, you know, creating an adversarial environment where we might be viewed as less attractive to businesses.
And that was something they keyed on immediately, and that we vetted thoroughly to ensure that the process would not be onerous or harassing in any way.
Okay. My second question, it wasn't entirely clear to me what the contingent fee is. I'm assuming it's a percent of collections, but for how long do they get the percent?
It's for, the fee is a 32% fee on actual monies collected for the initial 18-month period in which they are engaged.
So they get essentially 1/3 for the first 18 months and nothing thereafter?
The first version of the contract, they did have proposals to go forward, and with Carfax recommendation, we chose to keep that open-ended in order to renegotiate if we choose to go further after an 18-month period.
No, you didn't answer my question. Maybe I didn't ask clearly enough. So they find a taxpayer, somebody out there a business who hasn't been paying, and you know, we find out that this business hasn't been paying for 5 years, and they become an ongoing payer going forward. So the 1/3, the 32%, I'm just going to round it, the 1/3 that they get, does that end at the end of the 18 months when their contract expires, or is there a residual period that they continue to get their 1/3 for the life of that taxpayer being in Radnor Township?
It is cut off.
Better job that time?
I'm sorry?
Did I do a better job of asking the question clearly?
Very clear, yes. It is cut off as of, it's limited to the period of time in which they discover the taxpayer was non-compliant. There is no future annuity.
So they're only getting the past?
That's correct.
Okay.
I just want to confirm that we're running this program, this particular aspect of the program, not as a revenue generator, not money grabbing from our businesses, but really as seeking equity among our taxpayers and fairness, because those who aren't paying because they don't know about the tax or because they know it and are flaunting it are actually getting competitive advantage over those who are paying, and that's fundamentally unfair, and that's what we're addressing.
That's exactly, perfectly put. That's been our focus. Our motto, so to speak, has been uniformity in enforcement, collection, compliance across the board. Treat all taxpayers fairly, equally. I think we've seen some examples just over the past year in terms of working with taxpayers and bringing them into compliance and eliminating the perceived special arrangement or special deal that they thought they had from years past. But it's just simply enforcing the ordinance as adopted and treating all taxpayers fairly. It does level the playing field, and certainly for those who are abiding by the law and filing and paying properly, they feel like they're doing their part and everyone else is doing their part. So this would simply help to bring, more people into compliance.
Great.
Yeah, and if I could just add real quickly to that, and only because I don't think Mr. Tate would say it, but what he brings to the process is a very professional and fair approach in everybody he deals with. And walking in, and as soon as we started having these conversations, we made it clear from the administration's point of view and with CARFAC that we wouldn't accept anything less than being professional and fair with any of our stakeholders. So that is absolutely the approach that we're going to take with this, as Bob does with everything that he touches associated with this program.
Great, thank you. Any other commissioner comment or questions? Any other staff comment or questions? Public comment? All right, I'll call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 6-0.
Next item on the agenda is Resolution 2013-128, establishing the K-9 Unit Special Revenue Fund, which, Bill, this is essentially an accounting exercise to set up a fund that if people make the donations to fund the K-9 unit, it's segregated. Is that essentially it?
Yes, after the board approved or gave authorization to the police department to proceed with collecting the funds and moving forward with the program, we went back and had discussions on how best to account for and report on the activity. And it became clear that the best way for us to be accountable to the donors, at the same time be accountable to the board and the residents on the directive that enough funds are collected to fund the program, that establishing a separate segregated fund was the only way to go. So that's why it's before you tonight.
Okay, I make a motion to approve Resolution 2013-128.
Second?
How is the fundraising going?
Madam President, currently there's a balance of $7,200. There's the potential of donations of 2 vehicles totaling approximately $80,000. Kennel Club, Delco Dental Club, Kennel Club has donated 2 dog vests, bulletproof vests for the dogs with a $2,500 value. There is also a contribution, a commitment for a donation between $7,000 to $10,000 in February. There is a foundation that is looking to subsidize the balance of whatever dollars are not raised. And there are a number of individuals also looking to help do fundraisers as well. So the police department's been working very hard with this.
All right, any other commissioner comment or staff comment or public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 6-0.
Next item on the agenda is Bob. It's a presentation of his recommended 2014 budget/preliminary budget. So I don't know, Bob, are you going to do it or Bill's going to do it?
I'm gonna let Bill take it since we're 20 after 11. I'm gonna let him jump right to where it is.
I appreciate. I don't know if the time is. I'll try to keep it under a couple hours here. Hey, Jim, if you could, we'll just jump. If you could jump on my screen, I'll just hit the high points. Again, what we've done, what we're proposing to do this year, as we've done in years past, is for tonight, the intention is to deliver the budget. We've got public hearings scheduled on upcoming meetings, and there'll be opportunities at that point to ask questions and have dialogue and input. So the purpose tonight is to just publish the budget. It's on the township's website. It's not on this. Oh. So it is up on the township's website. There's a hard copy here at the township building for any kind of public review. On the front page, if you go, I wouldn't recommend printing it out unless you have a lot of paper in your printer. So when we put it together, we did so with that in mind and put in the table of contents on the sides so you can navigate electronically. Although if you do want to print it out, there is a table of contents in hard copy as well. But if you jump to the budget summary, some of the significant items or assumptions included in the budget include, as we talked about in August, as the manager reported at that point that he was working on a budget that had no real estate tax increase. That is what's being proposed here. So the township's millage rate would stay at the same rate that it's been since 2012, which is 3.7511 mils. And included in here too is also the reminder that the township's portion of the real estate tax bill that we pay as property owners is 12% of the total. And it's helpful to think of that when you, a couple pages later, when you see all the different services that each of the departments provides, and then you tie that back to the fact that it's 12% of the total amount you pay for all that. When you see the list, it's pretty impressive. So there's no tax increase proposed. Sorry, I'm playing with this, because it was kind of off the screen there. But the next big item, and we had a lot of fun with this internally when we were putting the budget together, as well as our review with CARFAC, is the assumptions to use as far as the business privilege tax growth. It was mentioned earlier this evening, it's been well documented over the last 2 years that the township has been very fortunate to have unexpected large increases in its business privilege tax revenue, which has resulted in some excess fund balances, which the board deserves a lot of credit in taking those excesses and assigning it to obligations that we already have. A lot, as we've talked about and with the resolutions passed, 3.7 million of those excesses went to pension and OPEB, and another $1.5 million went to fund capital programs, which serve to keep, which one of the pieces that allowed the township to have no tax increase last year, and again moving into 14, is those capital program dollars are being funded through those excesses. At the same time, the capital program is now funded with current dollars instead of with 30-year bonds, where we had we'd buy a police car, for example, with a 30-year bond that in 3 years we would be selling, and we'd still have 27 years of payments to make on that. So the adoption of the funding for the capital has been critical, and we've been able to do so because of these business privilege tax increases. So what we ultimately landed on for 14 is a 6% growth. We were anywhere from 4% conservatively to up to 14. When you take a look at the growth over the last few years, it's been anywhere in between those. 2013 is a little bit of a statistical outlier in that $1.5 million of that revenue is we already know to be one time and not reoccurring. So even when you take that away, the 41% increase, the normal growth is more like 18. So
that 9 million does not count the 8 million. You just account for that somewhere else.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, that's a great segue.
But what's the 6% on? I missed that because 6% of 9.2 million is not 8.1.
Right. So what we did is we backed out the 1.5 million from the 9.1 and then applied the 6% growth on the new base, because we know the 1.5 to be one time. The $8 million settlement allocation, again, going back to August, an initial outline of where those dollars might go was presented and then taken back to CARFAC. The list that you see now is the one that was reviewed with CARFAC that we have general, I feel comfortable in saying we have general agreement on. The one item that's holding, that we held up to get answers on was pension, and making sure that everyone felt 100% comfortable on how that, whatever dollar amount ends up going there is going to be treated in terms of how it's applied to the unfunded liability and then how it benefits future years' MMOs. So we have since gotten the answers to those questions. I just haven't had a chance to meet with the CARFAC group yet to make sure we're all on the same page. So that's why this is all still proposed, and that's why it wasn't on the agenda tonight.
So no OPEB payment out of that $8 million?
No, and the primary reason why we shifted gears away from OPEB was because, and I'll get to this momentarily as well, it's another good segue, is the introduction of an OPEB funding plan, an actual plan that is similar to our capital program, where it's something that we as a township agree and buy into today and for the long haul to make sure that at some point down the road, and I'll get to the numbers here momentarily, that it becomes funded. So in light of, we received the new actuarial updates from the pensions, in light of the fact that those MMOs continue to increase at north of 20% per year, it seems to make the most sense to apply as much funding to try to resolve that issue than it does to continue to put as much money as we can towards OPEB when those numbers are a little bit more fixed and predictable over time. So that's the 1-minute explanation on how we shifted gears on that. But I think the rest of that list is consistent with what we looked at, including the stormwater funding, the seed money that'll be used to help keep that, well, it's already approved, but to that was allowed us to reduce the fee to $29. And that's something where as residents, we didn't have to fund that, but we get a considerable amount kicked into the program that we didn't have to pay for, which it was one of the primary reasons why it seemed like a good use of the funds there. Stormwater revenue, I just have a little bullet point here because over the weekend when I was putting this together, I didn't know how tonight was going to go. So the document you have in front of you tonight assumes that stormwater was a no-go. So now, based on the vote tonight, we will go back and put that budget together in the same fashion as we do with any of the other funds, but most similarly, the sanitary sewer fund. So there's already a dedicated fund. We'll go back and we'll put the revenues in and the expenses, not just for 14, but also build in the forecast as well over the next 6 years. On the expense side, employee wages, being that payroll and the associated costs of the employees is roughly 50% of our expenses on the aggregate. This is a relatively large assumption, so I'm noting here that it's a 2.75% increase, and that is predicated on the agreement that's in the police. It's just using the police increase that they'll have as part of their collective bargaining agreement and applying it to the civilian, union, and non-union. And I noted in here too that the union and non-union employees will require some formal action by the board prior to any increase being applied.
Bill, just to refresh my memory, because I don't have everything in front of me, the 50% number you quoted is just wages, not benefits, right?
No, it's the
fully loaded.
It's fully
wages
loaded.
And benefits.
When you add capital and the sewer rent, the $3 million, $4 million that we pay to RHM.
Oh, yeah, this isn't just the general fund then.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, and the general fund is closer to 70 to 80%. Staffing assumptions are as they exist today, with the exception of the police department. If you recall, back in the spring of 2013, we hired 8 officers through the FTO program. 2 resigned, so there's the 2 vacancies. So next year's budget assumes that we have those 2 positions filled. And I don't know the exact time frame, but we're anticipating filling those positions either late December or in January, so it's a full year cost for those 2 replacements. And then we included a full-time employee count chart just to show the trend that the township's been going on since 2006 in terms of its full-time employee head count, and the fact that it has been reducing since that time.
Bill, these are actually filled positions, not total positions. Am I clear on my question?
Well, they are for 2006 through 2012, those were the full-time positions as of December 31st of each of those years. So they were point-in-time counts.
But with people?
With people.
Not just open head count?
Right.
Okay.
Right. Touching briefly on the pension obligations, I already mentioned that the rate at which they are growing continues to be I think a long-term concern that we need to stay focused on. Because as that number grows, and they go into a lot more detail in the forecast section, which I won't get into tonight, but you can see the impact of a 23% per year impact of the MMO over the next 5 years, and it's pretty dramatic. And you can see the chart here, the graph here shows for each of the plans the gross MMOs and how they've increased since 2008. And I will note that for 13 and 14, those increases were after we made a conscious decision to lower the interest rate assumption from 8% down to 7.5%. And the result is you get an immediate increase in the MMOs. So the spike there is changing that funding assumption. But over the long term, that should prove to be a step in the right direction in making sure we're meeting our assumptions. The OPEB piece of this, and this will be the last item I'll touch on tonight, is, like I mentioned, the introduction of an OPEB funding plan. CARFAC worked with the administration in the early part of this year, and then we presented in April several options, funding options. Ultimately, we administratively we're recommending that we proceed with the 10-year phase-in. And in real simple terms, what that means is that we'll continue to do the pay-as-you-go. But starting in 2014, and then over the next 10 years, we'll incrementally add $200,000 per year to the OPEB funding, so that in 2023, we will reach, at that point, we will be at the full annual required contribution, and then stay on that, excuse me, until roughly 2041, because all these numbers are going to happen exactly as we know them right now. And then so sometime in 2041, again, if the assumptions carry out, we'll be able to start ramping that number back down. And then under this model, we're forecasting the plan being fully funded by 2059.
Bill, can I interrupt you and ask a question about that?
Sure. Yep.
So we'll continue the pay-as-you-go payments. Then we have this line item that we've added into our budget for each year going forward. Assume that we continue our excess fund balance policy as well, under which we earmark excess, a percentage of the excess over our fund balance policy towards OPEB. How does that affect those two numbers? Well, how does it affect the earmark that we have, the $200,000 that we put away does it?
Well, going back to the presentation in April, if we elect to go that route, I think the recommendation is going to be that any excesses are used to supplement the fund, but not replace any of the $200,000 increments.
So would you end up achieving your goal earlier?
Yeah, what it does is it shortens the back-end horizon, yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
And I'm not going to redo the presentation back in April, but the graph on top here shows the different funding tracks or the obligation tracks, and ultimately the 10-year phase-in is the dark brown heavy line. And then the second graph just compares the assets of the OPEB trust fund to the obligations over time to the point when they meet, and that's when the program becomes technically fully funded. So those are the major significant assumptions both on the revenue and expense side. The budget then goes into the more nuts and bolts of how the 2004 dollars will get divvied up, how expenses are made up, and then how those are where our revenue comes from. And like I mentioned earlier, it goes into some detail by department on all the different services that those departments are working on, and these were allocated based on a time basis. And then we just applied the time to the budgets for 14 to come up with the costs. So for police, community development, finance, public works, and recreational programming, there's a breakdown of all the different services. And I look at this every day, but it was pretty enlightening even for me when you just see all the different areas that the departments are doing and the services they provide. It's pretty impressive. Then the budget goes on. The rest of the budget summary goes into the fund balance, revenue and expense totals for the major funds, goes into the capital and debt situation for the township, and then starts getting into the line item details after that. So again, there's quite a bit going on. So I hope everyone has a real good time reading it, and I would expect a lot of questions. And so yeah, like I said, it's on the website now. I'm actually on the website right here. Hard copies are available here. We can print hard copies if there's a request for them, and we'll look forward to the process moving forward.
Beautiful. It's a beautiful job, Bill. A really great document.
Well, it is a good opportunity to thank each of the departments, because they put a lot of work into and a lot of hearing it from me about deadlines and get this done, and so they deserve a lot of credit in putting this stuff together too.
Well, I hope all of our residents click on your table of contents and peruse this, because really it is, when you think about what our budget documents look like 4 years ago compared to this, they're not even in the same category. I mean, it's really extraordinary. So thank you.
There's one point that was not stated. This still reflects no tax increase, right?
Stated in the beginning.
Yes. There's no real estate tax increase.
You were asleep when that was stated?
Okay, thank you. And next we're going to move to community development with Commissioner Curley.
So the first item is consideration of Brandywine Realty Trust request to amend the zoning ordinance regarding off-street parking.
We will keep this extremely short, I promise you. I'm spending more time at night in Radnor Township than I am with my wife, so I am really in trouble at this point.
Might be able to find a ring over there.
Thanks, Elaine. George Brosman's here with me, but I'll make it real brief. As you know, where's that pointer? Radnor Financial Center consists mainly of this area here with 201 over here. Number 7 is...
Talk into the mic so people can hear you.
Number 7 is the 130, 150, 170 Radnor Chester Road and North Radnor Chester Road, and 6 is 555 East Lancaster, and 8 is what was known as the old PennDOT building, which is where the TD Bank is, and where we're currently nearing completion of the construction of the shopping center that you graciously approved a couple years ago, that we started late spring, I guess it was, early summer. So we made great progress on that. Happy to tell you that we have one 1,500 square foot space left to go, and that has a letter of intent out on it as we speak today. So hopefully by the time the building's done, we'll be 100% leased, and you can get your other $50,000 for the traffic signal there that we've already contributed to the first 52. Right, Amy? So anyhow, several months ago, I met with Kevin and Bob Zinkowski, and we talked about parking spaces and seating and what have you, and you amended our resolution, which allowed us to get some credit for the free outdoor dining seats, but apparently the other request hadn't progressed. So in my conversation and emails with Kevin last week, we determined that perhaps this might be the best venue to come before you tonight and talk to you about this. The way the ordinance and the zoning ordinance currently reads, we can get no credit for adjoining parking in lots that we own adjacent to this because all the parking for that one building has to be counted on the lot that exists. And we can't remove a lot line and combine the both of them because it would leave the bank in a situation where they would be on a non-conforming lot under the zoning. Also, minimum square footage of acreage is required for a minimum lot size in the zone. So our request is simple. We'll be willing to work with both John Rice and Kevin and whomever else you may want us to work with, but we'd like to propose language where there's common ownership, because we do own 2,300 parking spaces in this lot here, to be able to get some credits towards those for the, especially in the evening hours or dining capacity. I mean, the fact is that people will still park there. The fact is that we put stairs and sidewalks to the restaurant areas from those parking lots to begin with, to allow for people working in the buildings to walk to the restaurants, daytime hours, et cetera, on down the line. But in the evening, as you both all know, that for the most part, that lot is pretty empty with 2,300 cars in it. So our request is simple. If you're inclined, we'd like to propose something. We'll work with staff to propose.
So tonight you're looking for conceptual agreement to allow our staff to work with you for the shared parking.
That's correct, Mr. Curley.
Very good.
Why wouldn't you try to achieve that through a variance or through zoning hearing?
Elaine, after 40 years of doing this, the many times you can avoid a zoning board, it's easier to avoid a zoning board. Mm-hmm. But if you think that's the way to go.
Oh, there would have to be a hardship, so.
I don't know what that is either.
Yeah.
Right.
Just generally, we should support shared parking. So.
Yeah, that was the magic words that I heard. I have to admit, when I first saw this, I was not going to support it. But because I was concerned about the impact in other areas of the township, especially like my neighborhood district. You guys all have one. But the common ownership piece, that makes a big difference. So, that you're talking about very unique situations like yours where there is, in fact, common ownership. So
exactly.
I'll be supporting something like this.
But there's a little bit of a competitive issue here that I just want to understand a little bit better. The property allows you to do only so much. So if you use White Dog as an example, if they struck a relationship with Lululemon I know you focused on common ownership, but if they entered into a lease agreement with Lululemon to use their parking lot after Lululemon closes, wouldn't they be able to achieve the same thing except for the fact that it's not common ownership?
I have no clue, Mr. Higgins. I'm not familiar with Google.
Kevin, John, do you want to opine on that? I mean, it's not ownership if you just have at least.
Yeah, but again, this is a differently deeded lot than the rest of the property.
Right. They want to meet their zoning requirements on land that they own.
The same plot.
Yeah, but adjacent to the land that the buildings are on,
So,
basically, right,
yeah.
George?
And my sense is that Kevin Kachansky will address, there's capability for something disadvantageous to us to occur here, and I believe that Kevin will address that and will produce language that addresses the concerns and meets the intent. So it's too technical for us to do it tonight, but my sense is
I don't object to Kevin talking to him.
We should provide general conceptual support for this, and Kevin Kachansky will address the details.
Just one other detail here is that we don't have competing uses, meaning your lot for the office space is pretty much empty at night, whereas the restaurant use of this retail space is counter to that, meaning
That's
it's
correct.
more active at night.
Yes.
So, and again, that's again, Kevin can get to the details, but I would be looking for language, something common ownership land that is adjacent to property and use, and
shared parking.
Yeah.
And not the same use. I mean, that's where it could really come back to bite us, that on two different properties, there were two different heavy parking need uses, and they're trying to share parking. That doesn't work. They can't count each other's parking.
Understood. Okay.
But, so I would concur that on this site, it sounds like it makes sense. I like the concept, but we really need to think through where else it might come back to bite us.
Okay, thank you.
Do you need a motion then, a motion that we authorize staff to work with Brandywine Realty to address the issue of shared parking?
Second.
Provided that the Brandywine covers all those
John
costs, right?
Provided that Brandywine covers all the costs.
Any more commissioner comment on that? Any staff comment? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
It passes 6-0.
And P
All
is
right.
off the agenda?
Yes, that is not on the agenda anymore. Okay, we do have, well, first, is there any old business?
I would just like one thing. I would just like to have to amend our ordinance on soliciting, so you can't do it after 8 o'clock. I'd just like to make it simple. Let's not get into the whole ordinance and examine it all. You want to do that, fine, but for now, it's getting darker and darker. Daylight saving time is going to be over. People shouldn't be knocking on doors at 8:45. So I'd like to, on the agenda next month, just to have an ordinance to change it from 9 to 8. Can we have a consensus on that? Anybody have a problem with that?
It's fine.
Okay? All right, Bob? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, new business, I have a couple of items. I'll make them quick. First,
There's nothing under these items. You can go to public safety part.
oh, okay, is there anything under public safety?
No.
Parks and Recreation, John Nagel's not here, neither is Tammy. Library, Jim?
No report.
Public
No
Health?
report.
John Nagel is not here.
Okay.
We did old business, new business. We have just a few quick items. The first one is a letter from the Board of Commissioners. As we all know, the Township applied for a grant from DCNR in this past funding round for $1 million towards the potential acquisition of Ardrossan, should that happen. And the grant process, those grants applications have all gone through DCNR, and they are now in the governor's office. At this point, we would like to ask our very supportive state representative, Bill Adolph, who has been very supportive and worked with us on this project for a long time, to advocate on our behalf at that level, to do what he can to make sure that application that came out of DCNR favorably gets looked upon favorably by the governor's office. So to do so, we are making a formal written request to Bill Adolph to do that, and I will read it. Dear Representative Adolph, as you are aware, Radnor Township has submitted a request for grant funding from the Pennsylvania Department of Conservation and Natural Resources to assist in the potential acquisition of a portion of the Ardrossan estate in Radnor. The preservation of this land is a top priority for our residents and has been a stated goal of our township in our planning for decades. As you can imagine, the price of this land is staggering, and even though we have negotiated a very fair price for the portion that we'd like to preserve, we would be unable to accomplish this project without help from DCNR. We understand that our application has left DCNR and now awaits final decision from the governor's office. We would greatly appreciate your help in advocating on our behalf to the extent that you are able as the final decisions are being made. Your continued support on this project has been just terrific, and we are grateful that you have always understood the magnitude of importance this particular project has to our residents today and those in the futures. With continued gratitude for all of your efforts on our behalf, from us. So I just wanted to get that out and have the support of the commissioners. I guess we should take a formal motion. So if somebody wants to move to...
I'll move that we send the letter.
Second. Any commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It passes 6-0, and we will send that along tomorrow. Secondly, we have a request from the League of Women Voters for a waiver of the room fee for a candidates forum that will be, two candidates forums. One will be this Wednesday, October 16th, and the other, what's on the 21st? A school board? School board will be on the 21st.
I move that waive the fee on the condition that Don Curley participates in the debate.
That all candidates participate in the debate.
All candidates are participating,
Not just
except
Don.
Don, right? All right.
Any candidate that's running for office participate.
I want to make it specific because all
Okay,
candidates are
so the
invited
motion
except
is
Don.
that we waive the fee as long as all candidates are participating in the debate.
Okay.
Okay. Second? Does anybody have a second?
Second.
Any other commissioner comment? Staff comment?
Yes, I'd recommend we not waive the fee.
Okay, do you want to expand upon that?
It's political in nature, so I don't see how we would waive that for any political.
Well, it's political, it's nonpartisan.
By excluding a candidate, they've made it partisan, I mean, to a certain degree,
Well,
right.
and
I just think it's a little, I mean, it's 2 days before the event and invitations haven't gone out. It's unclear who's invited.
Well, to be fair, I didn't get an invitation either. I got, the parties got the invitations, and they were supposed to forward them on. So whether you didn't get it forwarded or not, nobody sent me
Well, I
an
got it
invitation.
forwarded on Monday, but
That's when I got
it
mine.
forwarded and it said I wasn't allowed to come.
Well, that I didn't
It's
catch.
a little, it's just, there's a lot of uncertainty in this that needs to get resolved. I don't know, it's probably appropriate to approve it and hope we can resolve it in 2 days, but
Well, it will
I'll just say that this is not smooth at this point. And it's unfortunate that it's 11 o'clock 2 days, it's less than 48 hours before, and there's important details that haven't gotten to candidates.
I think, to be fair, all the candidates were informed on Monday night as well. I mean, it's not, you didn't get late notice, you just feel that you haven't been included. So I think Bill's motion takes care of that.
He said he was explicitly excluded.
Okay. Well, I think Bill's motion takes care of that. Is there any other staff comment? Any public comment?
Hello, Jim Schneller. I think because there's an obvious fact about discrepancies or party differences, I don't think that you should be approving it at all, because the League of Women Voters themselves have a known flavor of a certain leaning.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, so I'm going to call the vote, and this is for Bill's motion to waive the fees, provided that all candidates are included in both forum. Invited. Included and invited, if there's a difference. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it passes 5-1. Lastly, I'd like to announce that there's an open space committee meeting Tuesday, 10:15 at 5:30 in the Powys room. It has been advertised, and as always, the portions of that meeting that are discussing real estate negotiations will be held in executive session. All right, that's all my new business. Anybody else have any other new business? And now it's time for public participation.
Oh, Jim Schneller again. I wanted to ask the board that the past 3 times you've approved an intermunicipal transfer of liquor license, apparently the grantees haven't been required to file an affidavit for the conditions they've agreed to. All 3 times they've agreed to conditions, but under Section 109 of that chapter, you're supposed to require an affidavit to be filed by the applicant for the liquor license that they'll comply. I don't think anything they file with the liquor board substitutes for that. So if you could please look into that and enforce our law, it'd be appreciated.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you very much, Jim. Is there any other public comment?
Rich Booker. After going through a lot of the information from the 7th Ward and specifically the master planning for Garrett Hill, it has been relayed to me that it's really something that is a good program, something that would be that the 2nd Ward as would be a prime candidate for something like that as well. So we would like to discuss and consider a master plan for the 2nd Ward and to encompass all future development and to discuss and to further our goals for our neighborhood and for smart development in the 2nd Ward. So the model is out there with the Garrett Hill, and John Fisher's work, and I think it's something that would be good for the second ward. So hopefully we can get the commissioner's support and assistance in that.
Madam President, if I may, I think that's a good point there Mr. Booker makes. I think the one thing that's glaring that came out is the comprehensive plan didn't address our corporate park at all, and hasn't for a long time. So I think it's the appropriate time now to be able to address that.
So we just have to be on guard against having 7 comprehensive plans. Like the nature of a comprehensive plan is that it's comprehensive. So if there's elements of it that are unaddressed, it should be addressed in our larger comprehensive plan. But
Well, since Don, you suggest we won't keep your wardens, we'll only have 6 then.
oh, thank you very much.
Take mine out. I'll have 5.
Okay, is there any other public participation? Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Will we adjourn?
All those in favor?
All right.
All right.